Nice try, you
right.
bastard. No, I knew you were trying to
Nah,
F
I
it
knew
up.
what you were pulling there.
It's a
I
Monday
am onto
morning.
you.
Welcome back. You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF. How's it going, buddy?
Pretty good, buddy.
What's going on, female buddy?
Doing good, buddy.
30 degrees right now. It's going to be 44.
Nice.
It's going to be 44 today. Sound the alarms,
Okay.
release the balloons. We are going to be above freezing, and then tomorrow we start the descent back down. But that's okay. We're going to be in the 40s
so
all
it'll
week
melt
long.
a little bit and freeze a little bit and melt.
Well, okay, so yeah, depending
Melting
on
and
what
freezing.
and a freezing
And a
melting,
and a freezing.
Yeah, so we'll be in the 40s until this weekend, and even this weekend. I mean, other than a 25 on Sunday, we're looking golden.
So we
buddy.
might get rid of some of this snow.
Thank God, because my
Yes.
driveway is still an ice rink.
Mhm.
I'm not doing anything with it. Can't make me. It's America. Did you guys have a good weekend?
Hey, it was a weekend.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's standard.
Okay. All right. Kimmy, was it your husband's birthday over the weekend?
It was Saturday.
Damn.
Wow. What'd you
Yeah.
get him?
You're gonna make fun of me.
Of course, chins out.
So no, I got him. So there's this vintage store in Buffalo. I got him like a. He's not up yet. I got him a vintage shirt, but it hasn't come in yet. And I also got him.
How's a vintage shirt
I
not
don't know.
in
It takes
yet?
him like forever to ship. It's a great question.
Yeah, we're still making it vintage. So you got him something used.
Yeah, but he likes it.
His used piece of clothing. It's not here
You
yet.
don't understand.
No, I got it, man, completely.
You wouldn't get it.
Here's my
No.
concern.
Yeah.
Why don't you just give him $45 and call it even?
Because it's more than $45.
Yeah. You don't even know.
No, man.
You don't even know how much it is.
Oh, I didn't add the tax. I'm sorry.
So your husband, he's a larger man like I am.
Yes, he is.
Broad shouldered.
Yes.
Taking a pretty big risk buying vintage clothing for a larger man. How vintage are we
but
talking?
he has something similar.
Okay.
So I know that what size he got in that. So I'm hoping this works out. If not, we're taking a trip to Buffalo, I guess, to return it.
How vintage are we talking here?
90s,
90s, 70s? Okay.
Is it like a jersey?
No, it's like a shirt. It's a T-shirt.
A shirt. I got you a shirt. Happy birthday. Shirt. You know, I'm excited for him.
Yeah, me too.
So his birthday was on Saturday,
Yeah.
but he hasn't gotten it yet.
I ordered it like 3 weeks ago,
You were
figuring it was here, but it would be here by now.
You're betting 1,000.
I actually, it's funny. I just got the shipping notification on Saturday.
Here, happy birthday. Here's nothing. Woo.
Well, I know. I also got him a karaoke machine.
Does he sing?
He loves karaoke now. It's like his new hobby.
Okay, but
That's like you.
I don't love karaoke. My wife loves karaoke. I am.
Oh, you like karaoke?
But you've had a
We see
machine
the
forever.
videos.
Look, I'm forced to do
It's
karaoke.
a family thing for you.
Do I do it well? Yeah. Am I gonna keep people from getting with the glory that is me?
They always said you were the boy with the golden voice.
Hey, you know what
Oh,
sucks?
golden throat, actually. Excuse me.
You know what sucks?
What?
I'm pretty damn good at karaoke. My brother
Says
Ryan.
everybody that does it.
My brother Ryan might be the best karaoke performer
But he's a good
of all time.
singer.
He is. So like it
I've
sucks
seen
that.
I've been to his shows.
Yeah, no, you've
Yeah.
seen. Yes, you've seen. So I can't even I'm pretty damn good, but I'm not even the best of my family. So it's like being one of
And
the.
your old man's a good singer.
No, he's not. He thinks he is. But it's like being one of the Baldwin brothers that isn't Alec Baldwin. Like, yeah, you're in a couple movies, but like, look at that guy over there.
You three should do something like the Irish tenors.
Shut
right?
up.
The three of
No,
you.
don't do this, man. Shut up.
You guys could tour.
No, because my dad
could
is.
all
Get the
play the
bagpipes
guitar.
back. Yeah.
Shut
Yeah,
up.
you're musically inclined.
Yeah.
My brother and I are
Put on a hell of a
musically-
show.
Shut up. No, my dad would just want to sing the song Brandy 7 times. That's just go that and Jesse's Girl. It's just my head and Main Street. I'm sorry. Anyway, no, it's actually what you're doing with your husband is the perfect transition.
Why is that?
Kimmy. Well, over the weekend, I was in the vintage game myself.
Oh, what are you vintages?
Well, I went out to Batavia Downs.
Okay.
They had a sports collectible show.
Ooh.
And they do these every couple months. And
Yeah.
it's one of my favorite places to go. You guys know I'm huge nerdy about
Yep,
sports
yep, yep,
collectibles. And like they bring out like former athletes to like sign autographs
Yeah,
and things
yeah.
like that. So it's really cool.
So the guys are there.
Yeah. Like I got Kyle Williams.
Whoa.
Got to sign my jersey. No big deal.
All right.
Anyway, so it never disappoints. Like it's like walking through a museum of stuff you can also buy. Like these guys that set up these tables, and you ruined this kind of for me.
The hell did I do?
Well, because like I used to be able to just go and like lose myself in this thing. And now every time I'm there and I'm looking at stuff, all I hear is you in my head. Like, look at all this junk.
Where are you gonna put that? No space. Junk.
But as your stupid voice is in my brilliant head.
Or the tables of crap you have to like navigate through.
But that's just it, man. I'm looking at some of the prices for some of this stuff that people have just had in their attics and basements for years, and it's astonishing. And it occurred to me,
What's that?
as I'm looking through all this stuff on Saturday, the amount of valuable stuff that lives in the homes of people in Rochester that they don't even realize will fetch them a fortune.
Oh.
Because, like, so there was a couple of, like, beer signs from the late 80s or early 90s that had, like, Bills players on them. And these things were going for hundreds of dollars, just cardboard cutout signs, right? And it got me thinking, like, bro, think about the amount of Jenny signs, mirrors, and beer taps that are in someone's basement or attic right now.
Be your grandpa's, yeah.
I mean, they go for hundreds, some of them thousands of dollars.
Sitting on gold.
The Kodak stuff from back in the day.
Yeah.
Lord knows the amount of stuff that's still in people's basements and attics.
Stuff that they all got for free at one point.
Or stole.
Yeah.
Okay?
Yeah.
I love how you say got for free. Stuff they all walked
but
out
like
of there with.
some of that stuff wasn't some of that stuff like given to them, like the
Yeah.
Kodak branded stuff.
You'll never know. Yeah, they gave it to me.
Like the thermoses.
So, like, when you go to these things, it's mostly sports stuff, though,
Yeah,
right?
it's all sports stuff.
It's not like antiques or anything.
No, I mean, those are different kinds
Yeah.
of shows. But, I mean, like, even that antique stuff. So there's a place on West Henrietta Road. It's called, like, the Antique Mall or something like that. And when you walk through there, you see all this stuff that you remember, Kimmy, having in the house in the 80s and 90s that now goes for hundreds of dollars.
Damn.
And it's, it's a kick in the scrot because it's like, oh, if my parents would have saved it, we'd be rich.
Yeah.
But then again, if everyone had saved it,
Yeah,
no
and
one
they probably
would
would
be
have
spending.
saved everything, not just that.
So to that point, at this antique mall on West Henrietta Road, the vintage Ray-Ban market has taken off.
Oh, the sunglasses.
Yeah, you got it. And like the kids
Those aviator glasses they got.
and the Wayfarers from the
Right.
70s and 80s. The amount of kids whose parents worked at Bausch and Lomb back in the day.
Oh, by the way, they gave them that stuff.
Yeah.
You're doing it now too.
So they used to have.
No.
Do you remember those trunk sales they used to have?
I might have been too young.
So they would just have them in a parking lot,
No kidding.
and you could just go buy this stuff for like I don't know how cheap it was, but it's pretty goddamn cheap because everybody in this town owned a pair of Ray-Bans.
Yeah.
No,
my
I mean-
parents have like a box of them
Yeah.
that they got from like my dad's buddy who worked for Bausch and Lomb. Like it's
Yeah, they probably gave it to him.
Yeah.
Did
They
they-
wanted you to have, promote their product in town.
No, but the thing is too, they're cool, but they have like sponsors on the
Yeah,
sides.
yeah.
You know what I mean? Like you could tell they were promotional items.
Yeah.
Those are actually worth more
Are
money
they?
depending
No
on
kidding.
They
which.
don't fit my head.
So there's one.
They were they were almost made to not fit you well.
There's a pair of Wayfair, and I'm a Wayfair guy. It fits my head the right way.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? They're at this antique mall. They are I think the '94 Olympics or whatever
Oh.
the winter one was.
Yeah.
They've got the bobsled logo on the side.
Oh wow.
And they're like $400.
Jesus Christ.
And there's no
man.
way I could afford them, but I would have looked really damn cool in bobsled Wayfarers.
Okay,
man.
oh,
It's pretty
yeah,
damn
yeah.
cool. I guess what I'm saying is, Kimmy, do your parents still have that box of sunglasses?
I know they were trying to like give them away. So, but they do still have probably a few pairs.
Tell them to go through them right now.
Yeah.
where would you do-
They're-
I guess
they're
you just
pretty-
sell 'em online?
Honestly, though, they're
eBay.
pretty like cheap feeling.
Yeah,
like,
I
that's
understand.
what like they don't feel like they'll hold up well.
Well, look, I got eBay pulled up right now for research purposes.
But don't
Yeah.
use that as a sales pitch.
I mean, yeah, man. Like some of these ones, there's like one case in this antique mall that's all vintage Ray-Bans. Yeah, I'm looking at vintage '80s Aviator Tortuga sunglasses, $400.
Ooh, Tortuga. That's tortoise shell.
'87 General Aviator, $449. These are all things that people walked out of.
So those
Bausch and Lomb
aviators
with.
those are the Tom Cruise ones, right?
Yes, which by the way, Bausch and Lomb paid. There were several movies in the '80s, Top Gun being one of them, where they paid for the product placement.
Yeah, I think Risky Business was another one.
Yeah, you're right.
Because that was the movie poster with the sunglasses.
Yeah, and it worked. I mean, they paid for it, and we were all like, "Oh, pretty cool." And then we're like idiots. We went out and bought or stole
Sure.
sunglasses, having access
Yeah.
here. You know what's really big right now? And we're talking about all the stuff that's worth money in your house that you don't realize. Rochester Royals stuff.
So the old basketball team.
That's
Yeah.
really hard to come by.
Everyone threw it out.
Yeah.
Well, it's got to be ancient, right? When was the last game played here?
So they
early
left.
60s?
They left in '57 to.
Wait, they left at 57.
Now, by the way, for those who don't know, the Rochester Royals, former NBA team here in Rochester, they're now the Sacramento Kings. They won an NBA championship here in 1951 at the War Memorial.
And didn't you almost Bill Russell was coming here?
Bill Russell was supposed to come here. It's a
But they
big story.
cut a
the-
deal. And
Yeah,
they went to the Celtics.
Okay, I'll give you real quick. They had the opportunity to draft Bill Russell, arguably the greatest basketball player of all time. The Celtics wanted him. The guy who owned the Celtics also owned the Ice Capades.
Yes.
And they cut a deal where Rochester got more Ice Capades date in exchange for the Celtics being able to draft Bill Russell. So they passed on Bill Russell for the Ice Capades.
But I guess at that time, it was probably a bigger draw was the Ice Capades than basketball. It wasn't that big at that time.
Bill Russell!
Yeah, but you know what I'm saying?
You could have had the Bill Russell Capades.
But think of
The Russ Capades.
I don't think he's much of a skater.
No, but like
Yeah.
anything Rochester Royals from that day is worth an
Well, it's like ancient history, so yeah.
and nobody saved it. Like I mean, I managed.
That's like pre-JFK.
No, you really. It's a full 15 years before he was shot.
Yeah.
I mean, how much stuff was actually sold, anyways?
So,
Rochester
Like
Royals
merchandise wise.
So there's a pennant that I've had my eye on
Yeah.
for years that I'm waiting. $300. It's a tiny pennant. It's like
Is that
Right.
wait, it's
tiny. They
4
gave it away.
inches?
Yeah, they gave it away for free.
like
Like
pennant
at a
night?
game
All
or
right.
something.
But like programs, depending on like the condition of them, will go anywhere between like $75 to $500.
Now, you know, a lot of that stuff just got thrown out.
That's why it's so valuable,
Yeah.
right? Like even the basketball cards from back in the day, you can't find Rochester Royals any player for
Right.
under $100.
So what are they now, the Sacramento Kings?
You got it.
All right.
Rochester, Cincinnati, Kansas City, Sacramento.
Oh. All right.
And all of that could have changed
Could
had
have
they
had
not
Bill Russell.
traded Bill Russell for the Ice Capades. The Ice Capades. All right, we got a dynamite Bill Russell probably can skate. The guy's an athlete, for God's sakes.
Too tall.
Yeah. He was a player coach, man.
Yeah, but the Ice Capades, you got to be a character. What character would a 7-foot guy be?
A tree.
Oh, okay.
Ah, see?
Skating tree.
Skating tree. Got to have trees, too.
Yeah.
We got a dynamite Bill Russell tree kind of breaking for you this morning here on CMF. Just after 7 o'clock, it is a business that has existed in Rochester for 25 years.
Wow.
It is one of the most unique spots in the greater Rochester area. It's one of these things where you drive by it and it stands out so much, you can't help but stare, even though you know it's there. And it's going away.
Oh.
We're going to tell you what we're talking about, but this hurts more than just losing a business downtown because, Kimmy, I would argue that this place, along with another coffee shop around the corner, was the coming-of-age spot for kids that were in high school between the years 2000
You felt
In
the first time you
2010.
felt cool,
Wait, it's a coffee shop?
like an adult.
Yes, and like here's the thing, Kimmy.
I wasn't doing anything like it wasn't anything illegal, but like you felt like you were almost doing something illegal.
We're mature now. We go downtown.
Yeah.
Okay.
We go drink downtown.
All right.
And we'll get into it just after 7 o'clock here in the break room on CMF, plus a whole bunch more. But first, Tommy.
What's that?
A restaurant that was closed for a little while that is now back open again. And here's the thing.
Yeah.
There are going to be a lot of people that decide, not really going here anymore.
We're back, baby.
Well, but here's the thing. I can't blame anybody that wouldn't want to go back after what.
Yeah.
I can see how it's sticking your head.
But if you're ever going to go back, right now is the best time to go back.
Oh,
Hit it
yeah.
now.
And we'll get into it next here in the break room. On CMF. Understand why you're hesitant, right? The disgust is understandable.
All right.
But if you are a person who likes this place, hell, even if you've never been to this place, the time to go is now.
Do it.
You go right now.
Okay.
Like now.
What are you going to get?
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock, 96.5, WCMF. Just after 6:45, I have in front of me a list of the most miserable cities in America to live. And I got some good news.
Yeah.
We did not make this list.
We're not miserable.
No, we are not. Well, no, not us being miserable as people, a miserable place to live. That being said, there is a city not too far that is on this list.
Yeah.
And I wonder if you ask people to compare this city to Rochester, how different these cities would be.
But they're pretty close.
I'll let you.
Geographically.
2.5 hours.
Oh, it's close. Yeah.
We'll get to it just after 6:45 here in the break room on CMF. So last week, we shared with you a story that the health department had shut down Texas Roadhouse in Henrietta. And after a couple of news cycles, we found out that it was a pest problem.
Yeah, it usually is.
You got it. So they went in, the folks from Texas Roadhouse, they got folks to remove all the pests and do all that stuff.
Clean her up.
Yep, exactly. And after it was all cleaned up, they reopened. We're allowed to reopen by the state on Friday.
Freshly scrubbed cow.
So I did not drive by Texas Roadhouse this weekend.
Yeah.
I did not see what the crowd looked like. Now, Kimmy, you know Texas Roadhouse normally packed.
Oh yeah, I mean, I'm sure that they have their regulars.
All right. Do you think that the health department shutting them down was enough to keep people away this weekend when they reopen?
I think if you're a red meat eater,
Yeah.
which that's like in your high rotation, which I'm sure a lot of people are.
Sure.
Right?
Yeah.
You're going.
So you don't think it bothered anybody?
It may bother you, but you're gonna eat through it.
All right, 252-WCMF, 252-9263. Is something like the health department shutting a place down enough to keep you away from a restaurant either for the long term or forever? Because you would understand why someone would want to avoid.
Yeah, but you're a steak
Well,
eater,
yeah.
bro. That's a different mindset than other eaters. You go out for steak.
Yeah.
My sister and her fifth husband were steak eaters.
Okay.
Like every night, ribeyes and potato
Damn.
and butter. That was their diet. And trust me, she was going out for that rib steak.
All right, I'm going to counterpoint you, though.
Because if you eat a rib steak, by the way, they're also chain smokers.
Okay.
So they didn't give an F about any goddamn little critter running
All
around.
right, I get why
You eat that critter as a side plate.
I get why the logic is
crap
there.
critters.
I get why. Put that on a T-shirt, sell the rug shop.
Well, you technically do.
I get why you would have that logic, but it is strange how people that, and myself included, can have terrible habits that look at something like this and be like, "Ooh, no!"
All right.
Like you'll literally be putting your cigarette in the iced tea that you're drinking. Like, no. See, counterpoint to the whole: if you're
Yeah.
a meat eater, you're going to go. I mean, there's 1,000 steakhouses in Rochester, New York.
Yeah.
You can go to 10 different ones if you don't want to go to Texas Roadhouse. So, like, if you are bothered by the back of the house and it getting shut down, you have other options.
But Texas Roadhouse does it right because it's affordable.
Yes.
It's not like a high-end steakhouse where I got to put on a jacket and tie.
Okay.
And they're going to whack me $45 for a steak.
No, you're right.
They keep it reasonable.
But I could go to Applebee's and get myself a nice $20 steak.
Limited selection, but okay.
Okay, excuse me, man.
They don't have the type of butter I like on my ribeye.
When is the last time you had a steak?
Oh, man.
You bitch.
Oh, the holidays.
You had one?
Yeah.
Okay, having a tiny
The
nibble,
bicentennial.
having a tiny nibble of your wife's steak off her plate does not count as having a steak.
We split one once in a while.
Kimmy, your husband, I assume,
Well,
loves
he has-
himself some steak.
That's a beefy boy right
this
there.
This is a place he's frequented.
Would what happened over the weekend be enough to keep him away?
I think after some time, he probably will look past it.
Okay, so here's the thing.
Pat says go now.
I think that there also is a difference of hearing about it versus seeing it.
Which, by the way, apparently there was a video that is
Yeah.
being claimed coming from that kitchen. that
Right.
went
And I think
spiral.
that for some people may be enough to not go back because, like I said, like there was a place that something very similar happened to right around the corner from me.
Love that place.
And there's still a line out the door every time it opens, so it didn't deter anybody.
All right. So with your husband wanting to wait, and a lot of
Yeah.
people say I'm going to wait it out at Texas Roadhouse. That is the wrong way to do it. The right way is to go as soon as possible.
I think people need. You're right. It makes sense, but I think people need some time to forget about it.
Okay, I get it,
Yeah.
but here's the thing. That restaurant will never be cleaner
Oh, yeah,
than
it's scrubbed.
any other
Yeah.
restaurant in America.
Yeah,
It's
it's shining.
squeaky clean.
Thank you. Because one,
Glistening.
you had to get everything taken care of to reopen.
Yep.
On top of that, I believe the health department makes extra visits after a place gets shut down for something like
I
this.
hope so.
So they're going to have more eyes on them, so they are forced to be more responsible. And the cherry on top of it, it's a national corporation. I believe this is a franchise.
Yeah.
There is no way the folks up the ladder at Texas Roadhouse aren't paying attention to this and have extra eyes business-wise on this restaurant.
Might get a couple of specials right now to get people back in. You never know.
So, I mean, even when it, saving money or not, it will never be cleaner than any other restaurant in America than it is right now. I wish I would have gone this weekend. I wish I would have gone this weekend. 252 WCMF. Again, we're talking about Texas Roadhouse after being shut down for a pest issue. They reopened on Friday. Let's talk to Jeremy. Hey, Jeremy. How are you, buddy?
Hearing about Tommy's sister's diet, Jesus, did she kill herself because, 2 years later she's going to die from heart stoppage? Well, that butter and beef? Dear Lord Almighty.
Here's the thing. All the Muley women, big fans of meat. Huge
They
meat
are, but
fans.
they love them. My mother loved meat.
Wide open mouth, meat all up in there.
You couldn't give my mother enough meat on a Saturday night.
I hear it's some of the men as well. Listen, every restaurant, as a person who used to work in the industry, every restaurant has a little bit of insects. Every restaurant has a mouse every once in a while. The problem with Texas Roadhouse is the health department in New York State will give you multiple tries to clean up your act before they shut you down. It's the last thing they want to do. So this is really a problem for them. And you're absolutely right. The cleanest this restaurant is ever going to be is right now. For me, I'm not going back.
Jeremy's
to
out.
that specific location.
He's out.
Yep. Yeah, because like I told you, you have multiple times to clear this up, make this right. And the fact that the health department shut you down, it's not a good look.
Okay, I'm going to ask you a question, and maybe you don't know this because Jeremy, when did you get out of the food service industry?
It's been a while.
Okay, so I don't know if a viral video now, because everybody sees something, forces the state to do something. Have you heard anything about that?
I haven't. And when I was in the industry, there were no viral videos of any kind. The health department comes to your establishment once a year regardless. So if they find any kind of issues on their annual inspection, they'll have a follow-up, maybe 4 or 6 weeks later. That's probably what happened in my estimation. They came for the yearly inspection. They found some issues, and they said, hey, clean these up. We'll be back. They came back, did the follow-up inspection, and maybe depending on if the inspector was having a good day or not, said, we'll give you a few more weeks to clear this up, or we'll write you a violation right now. That's what I'm saying, man. You have a lot of opportunity to make this right. And the fact that they didn't and they shut you down, it's not good.
Jeremy, where else am I getting my rolls with the cinnamon butter, though? That's my question.
That's it.
I mean, that's the only
Sweet
place.
buns.
They're not that good.
Oh, shut up, Jeremy. I'm hanging up on you now. Shut up.
Oh, no. All right, bye, Dick.
Bye, Jeremy. God, I hate guys like that. Because, Jeremy's fine and all. But that smug food, they're not that good. It's okay to eat garbage every once in a while. Yeah, I know that it's not AAA diamond cuisine, but it tastes good to me.
Well, if you're going to a steakhouse, you're not going for health reasons. You're going because you just want to eat a delicious steak. Give me all the butter you got.
Again, logic works out that way.
Yeah.
But if I'm going to get something that's going to shut down my heart, I want it to be clean and shut it down my heart. All right, I'll ask you this question. 252-WCMF, 252-9263. Because all three of us have worked in back of houses of restaurants before, right? Okay.
Seen some stuff.
So we're all aware. Everybody that's worked in the back of a house is aware what goes on even in places that are fine.
Yeah.
Right? Is there something you could see or hear, Tommy, that would put you off of a restaurant forever?
Like I'm done?
Yeah, I'm never going back.
It wouldn't be like, it would have to be something a human's doing to the food.
Okay.
More than like,
Yep.
I get a mouse coming in, you didn't
bug.
clean something. But if I saw somebody doing something to the food, as the guy that did stuff to food.
No, but that's the other thing.
No, but I know of what I speak.
Okay.
Your asses have never had raw meat touch your rectum.
What's funny about that, though,
I have.
I understand. You tell that story about a man who complained about a cut of meat. You wiped yourself with it, served it to him, and then you claim he said it was the best meat he ever had.
Bro,
my ass. Your ass.
my ass certified. I got witnesses to this.
USTA, United States Taint Association.
I could call a guy up right now, but he's probably at AA right now.
No, but what I'm saying is, you knew what you did.
Yeah. That would gross me out.
Okay, but you did it,
I
and
know.
if you did it, other people were doing it, which
I
means
know.
you've also probably had ass meat. Have you never thought about that?
Ass meat.
Yeah, meat that has touched another person's ass.
I never really thought about it.
No, if you did it,
But it's fully cooked.
No, but it's a statistical impossibility that you are the only man that's ever done that.
Right.
Right?
But for me but so many people would have to do it for me to have it done to me.
You sure?
Well, think about it. That means you've also tasted it.
Understood. That's the point I'm
Kimmy
making.
has tasted ass meat.
All right. Let me ask you this.
Lovely.
Did you ever buy meat from the meat shop you worked in?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
But it's usually meat I cut.
But you never got it from your buddies?
No.
Really? So you cut every piece of meat that you took
Well,
home.
no, probably
He started
not.
to have a crisis right now. Bro, you
Wait a
you had a
second.
full diet of cheek meat, bro.
But look at me.
Yeah.
I'm fine.
Is that what
66 is still going strong, baby.
Kimmy, is there something you could see that would swear you off a restaurant?
Well,
forever?
I think there was one place I didn't go back to. It was it was a breakfast spot, and I ordered a coffee, and in the bottom of the cup
Ew.
of coffee was hair,
Yeah, hair's gross.
and I couldn't go back after
Really?
that.
The hair bothers you that
Hair-
much?
hair
I think it
freaks
was
me
just the
out,
fact
man.
that it was in there the whole time. Like, how did
yeah.
it even get
It was like
in there?
brewing in your coffee.
Yeah, like I don't know if it was in the coffee or in the cup, but
And
it
by
was
the
like
way-
it wasn't just like a single hair. Like it was like
clump?
kind of like a clump of hair.
Ah. By the way, you don't know what hair that is, bro?
Bro,
No, it was hair. I mean,
No,
it was
you don't know
hair,
where
hair.
that hair came
I,
from.
You
I
know
know
what
it wasn't.
pubes look
yes,
like,
I know it
man.
wasn't that. It was like
Well, I know
long
you get a
strands
good
of
view
hair.
every Saturday night.
I don't actually. I never
Yeah,
have.
but like people itch themselves, and then they touch and they do.
Okay, can we talk about the hair thing for a second?
Because I always kind of figured everybody wore hair nets and that kind of thing, or because we always had to.
Yeah.
Well, the
yeah.
hair's at least up in a hat.
Yeah, or it's
something.
under, and they wore hats. So I was like, "How did this get here? Was it in the
Ugh.
coffee? I don't know. It bothered me too much."
I've never understood the hair thing, right?
Your hair is one of the filthiest things on your body.
You say that about every part of the body every time we talk about the body.
Yes, your body is filthy.
What makes you think the hair is one of the most filthy
It's
parts
full
of
of
your
like
body?
Well,
bacteria
yeah,
and
they
it
say it is
absorbs
dirty.
things.
Okay.
It's greasy.
All right. If I'm eating
Sweaty.
if I go to a restaurant and I'm eating something I like and I find a hair, I will just take the hair
Okay,
out.
like
and
a
continue
single
to eat.
hair though is different than a clump of hair, and I think it's something about drinking something that the
Yeah.
hair is in grosses me out.
And it's
'Cause you're right.
it's a
You
warm
can pick
beverage.
the hair off of food, but it was brewing in my coffee.
But also the length of the hair. Like if you pull out a real stringer, man, like out of your ravioli, like you're pulling this thing out.
yeah,
and
I
it's
don't
all
want, I don't
full
want
of
hair
sauce.
baked into something.
Ugh.
No.
And it slaps
like
when it hits the
if
floor.
it's just sitting on the food because it fell off of somebody's head,
Yeah.
fine. But if it was like
Mixed.
in there, like
baked in.
I'm out.
The longer the hair, the better. I want a 9-foot piece of hair because the shorter the hair gets, the better the odds that it's pubes. Unless you
Who's
have
making your food, man? Greg Allman?
unless you have the Rapunzel of pubes, if the hair is long, it means it came from your head, which I can handle.
Right.
No?
I no hair. No body stuff in my
okay,
food.
obviously, I'm not ordering a burrito with hair in it, but if it's in there and it's delicious,
I'm sending it back,
oh,
man.
send it. Yeah, that's a good idea.
No, I wouldn't send it back. I just wouldn't go back.
Idiot! I don't want anything done to my food. Take it back. Remake it right
Do
now.
your job.
How dare you?
I'm paying for your pubes.
You're All right, so again, the Texas Roadhouse is back open. So go enjoy the
Get your
Enjoy.
cinnamon butter.
the cleanliness. Once they start selling that in Wegmans, it's game over. I'll be buying a carton of that every week. All right. There's good news in a list we are not on
Okay.
because we are not one of the most miserable cities to live in America. However,
Yeah.
a city not too far from us is. And when you put these two communities side by side, either you're going to say Rochester should be on this list, or it's going to give us a new appreciation for what we have
Oh.
versus this community.
All
And
right.
we'll get into it next here in the break room. Let's see it. Sometimes the best lists are the ones you're not on.
Oh, good.
Because not that long ago, Tommy,
Oh,
there would have been folks that argued Rochester should be on this list.
we made every bad list back in the day.
But, Tommy, a city not too far from us was not as fortunate as we were this
Good.
time. Even though it seems they're the only one in the whole damn state that has to wear this scarlet
Oh.
letter. You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5, WCMF. Just after 7 o'clock this morning, a business that's been open for a quarter century in downtown Rochester, one of the most unique buildings in our area, has announced it will be closing.
Wow.
And,
shame.
I mean, it's a heartbreak to see, a business close in Rochester, especially in this location, Kimmy.
Yeah.
It's right in the middle of everything. That being said, this is going to hurt extra for folks that graduated high school between the years 2000 and 2010, because this place is where we came of age.
So this was your peach pit.
You're still too old to use that as a reference, creep-ass
I had
bitch.
nieces, bro.
Kimmy,
What?
did you get that reference?
Nope.
Would you like to explain to Kimmy why you're a creep?
90210.
Oh, yeah, that was before my time.
That was their hangout.
It was after his time.
Yeah.
My nieces loved it.
Yeah, I'm sure it was your nieces. It says man who also claimed he watched Saved by the Bell as a grown man
For
by
the
himself.
storylines.
Only the summer series.
We'll get to not that, but the other thing, just after 7 o'clock here in the break room on CMF. Tommy, I have in front of me a list.
Yeah.
The 50 most miserable cities to live in America.
Oh.
You're miserable.
And right off the bat,
sucks.
I'll tell you, we're not on it.
Yeah.
Rochester's
Do you
not
know
on
what qualified, like how these made the most miserable cities?
Yeah, I'll give you the
Okay.
details when we get into
Weather's going to be a big one.
who it is. No, weather is not factored in at
Really?
all. You got it.
All right.
All right. So, there is a city not that far from us that made it. And I want you guys to guess. I'm going to give you 3 clues.
All right.
It's not Buffalo or Syracuse.
All right.
It's about 2.5 hours away. And it once held a team that played the Rochester Americans. Would you like to take a guess?
I'm going to shoot for Erie.
No.
Am I
Erie,
close?
Erie in Pennsylvania.
Oh, I forgot. You said 2, but it has to be New York State. I'm sorry.
Did you say which direction? 2 hours?
Give me a guess.
Utica?
No, not bad.
But that's too close.
Yeah.
Yeah. Ladies and gentlemen.
Oh, it'd have to be up.
No. God,
Watertown.
you're an idiot. No, you already had your guess. You're out.
You're just throwing
South
out
Erie.
everything.
Shut up. South Erie.
It's a rough area, man. A lot of gang activity.
Yeah, it's called Pittsburgh. Ladies and gentlemen,
Right.
Binghamton, New York
Oh.
was named the 11th most miserable city to live in America.
Yeah, we've done gigs down there. It wasn't that bad.
Well, no, it only became miserable after our gigs finished.
Well,
They got a nice
Binghamton-
Wegmans there.
Shut up!
They do.
Shut
'Cause I
up!
remember stopping there on my way to New York sometimes.
All right, so Kimmy, you asked what puts them on this list.
Yes.
They have a high poverty rate, 27%. Their median household income is only about $40,000
So they're
a year.
busted.
Yeah.
Busted in Binghamton.
And they have a high unemployment rate.
Oh.
Is
Now,
Binghamton like considered a college town or no?
it's a good question because
Okay.
I've spent a lot of time in Binghamton the last couple of years
Yeah.
because my daughter is playing a tournament there
Yeah.
every
I know
year.
it's kind of grown around that.
Most of the stuff going on downtown
Yeah.
seems like it's for the college kids.
Okay.
Because it's like it kind of feels like Ithaca now.
Yeah, I would think like that would kind of,
Bump it up.
Yeah, bump it up, not make it worse.
All right, let
you
me
know?
put it this way.
Didn't
And
help.
the phone number is 252 WCMF 252-9263. So there is a hotel on the water in Binghamton that
What water?
looks really nice. Is there what river? Is that the Hudson that runs
Is
through
it?
No, the Hudson wouldn't be there.
there? No, south. What's south?
I don't know what water.
There's got to be some busted ass river.
It's a river anyway.
Okay.
Yeah.
The hotel looks nice from the outside, and I remember getting there like, wow, this looks like a nicer hotel that we normally stay in when we are on hockey tournament weekends. And then Friday night at like 8 o'clock, all of the people that don't have places to live or got thrown out of their homes started showing up to stay the night.
Oh.
And the amount of times the cops got called to this hotel.
So you get a nice little show.
Well, I mean, not when
Yeah.
your kids are in the room
Yeah,
and you
yeah,
can hear the domestic incident happening next door. Yeah, it's a very strange scene because you know what Binghamton's like? It's like walking through a city that they stopped
Oh,
in 1970.
all right. Kind of froze it in time.
Because there is a downtown, but like a lot of the old stores are like old
Yeah, but I
department
like
stores.
shopping at Gimbel's.
You're Gimbals. So, 252 WCMF, 252-9263. They don't factor in weather, so I don't want to hear you say weather.
All right.
What is the one thing, above all else, that makes a community miserable to live in?
It would have to be poverty or crime.
Okay, so the one thing would be poverty or crime.
Well, I'm trying to think like that and crappy education.
Okay, that's 3 things. If you had to pick one.
Poverty.
All right, so
Because
poverty.
poverty, you get all with poverty, you get all the bad stuff.
Okay, valid
It
point.
just kind of shows up.
Valid point.
So I'm thinking of a very poor city.
Okay,
And I got one in mind.
Which one?
Jackson, Mississippi.
Okay, well,
Maybe
yeah.
one of the roughest places I've ever driven through.
Yeah, no, it's. I mean, there's not a lot of places in Mississippi that aren't rough, but Jackson, you're right.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, but here's the thing.
Yeah.
I mean, poverty is only makes a place miserable to live if you are in poverty, because there are people.
But it kind of spreads out a little bit because it kind of causes a lot of problems that everybody has to deal with.
No, you're not wrong. You're not
Crime,
wrong.
education, all that stuff feeds into it.
Okay, so you pick a specific thing. It's the poverty that makes things go.
If you downtown, you got problems.
All right, Kimmy, in your humble opinion, what is the one thing above all that makes a place miserable to live outside of weather?
I mean, I would think it has something to do with your social life. Like if there's no activities to do or things to keep you occupied, something to look forward to, I would think that would take away from the place you're living.
Can I point out the brilliant social divide that just happened in this
Whatever.
room? Because old white guy who lives in Pittsburgh, you know what it is? It's the poverty that causes a crime.
Nobody wants to work
That's the
anymore.
problem.
But that's
Kimmy,
why-
the young fun one, I just need something to do. I
Well,
don't care
yeah,
where I
because
live.
I'm thinking
Party.
like that's why you love living in Pittsburgh, right? You got stuff right around. You got a bunch of stuff right around the corner.
That he doesn't do.
No, I got a liquor
No,
store.
I will say he does do more than I think somebody that is
My age.
introverted as you are would do. No, I think like restaurants, stuff like cafes, stuff like that. Just stuff to like make your day a little bit better.
Well, we're places where I could wear a scarf and feel normal.
That's anywhere in Pittsburgh. 252 WCMF. Again, we have the 50 most miserable places to live in America, and Rochester is not on it. But Binghamton, New York made the list. And when you do side-by-side Rochester to Binghamton, right? Like, I mean, it's easy to crap all over the place you live.
Yeah.
And lots of people tend to do it. But it's not until you compare, like, Binghamton as the 11th most miserable place to live, if you've been there lately, compared to where we live, where it's like, yeah, you're right. We've actually gotten pretty damn good
Yeah,
here.
because I'm just thinking like the places we traveled to that were just horrible places. Like I just couldn't believe anybody would want to stay here.
Youngstown, Ohio?
Youngstown, Ohio, Flint, Michigan,
Yeah.
Peoria, Illinois they were once like really proud cities that were just boarded up. Like there was just nothing there. Flint, Michigan was like the heart of the auto industry, and it was just a shell.
The one that is the most jarring, if you've ever gone through it, and I'm guessing most people haven't because you're probably driving, is Gary,
Yeah,
Indiana.
which ranks high in like every list of like one of the scariest places on the planet.
Yeah, but I think they got a Dave and Buster, so Kimmy's in.
That's Dave and Busted. They couldn't afford it anymore.
That's a Gary, Indiana kind of joke right there. You'd fit right in.
Hey, hometown of Michael Jackson, buddy.
And the four rest of them.
Yeah, and the other boys.
252 WCMF. Let's talk to John. Hey, Johnny, how are you, buddy?
Good morning, guys. I just wanted to tell you that it's the North Branch of the Susquehanna.
Susquehanna River runs through Binghamton.
And then I think you're absolutely right about Binghamton is caught in a time warp because I had a bunch of relatives that lived in Binghamton and worked for IBM, and it used to be called the Triple Cities. You had Binghamton, Enwell, and Endicott. And once IBM left, it just is like the reference to the auto industry. It's just almost like the gas ran out, and it's been going downhill ever since.
I mean, to John's point, the infrastructure is there.
Nothing replaced it.
Yeah.
Well, but so here's what's really weird. They have a really cool, old school hockey rink downtown, much
Okay.
like the one Memorial here. But they don't have a team to play in it. So like when my
What are they doing it?
So when they
Storage?
No, they let kids play in it.
Oh,
so
all
like my daughter, it was one of the coolest things ever. I'm sitting in this old barn. I love these old barns, right? And I'm watching my daughter playing a 10,000 seat arena in a 10U hockey
Yeah.
game. It was
Oh,
cool,
all
but it
right.
was also depressing at the
Yeah.
same time.
There is one still famous electric component maker in Binghamton, though. I don't know if you know who it is.
I didn't know the Susquehanna, so I'm not going to be able to guess
What's
that
an
one.
electric component?
Well, it's Macintosh amplifiers.
Oh, Mac amps.
Oh,
Yeah,
yeah.
yeah.
Quality amps.
And Macintosh is still, like, if you have Mac amps, you got a lot of money in your pocket.
I just made that up. I can't believe I actually hit that ahead.
You
All right,
rich.
John, if we have any other further Binghamton questions moving forward on the show, we'll be sure to give you a call, okay?
Okay, buddy, thanks.
John,
How's
thanks.
your check engine light?
Thanks, John. Have a good rest. You had to get one last fact in before we hang up.
I-
It goes there, like a bite.
I feel like Binghamton, a ton of people have been through Binghamton,
Oh, yeah.
but nobody's actually seen Binghamton. Because, like, all I know of Binghamton is It's where you stop sometimes if you're on a road trip.
You know what's weird?
Because they have all those places like right off the expressway, you know?
Yeah.
So that's all I know of Binghamton are like a couple places that we've stopped along the way, but I've never actually seen like downtown Binghamton.
All right, so, I had asked you guys a question as we talk about this list, the top 50 miserable cities to live in America. The only city to make the list from New York State was Binghamton. The one thing, like there's a word that pops in my head.
What's that?
When it comes to making a community miserable to live in. You said poverty. Kimmy said nothing to do.
No nightlife.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, nothing, no activities.
Hopeless. A place that feels hopeless.
Yeah.
Right? Because like there are places that have crime, but there's promise on the horizon. Like something could go well, right? There are folks that have poverty, but there are folks sticking it out and trying together to build it back up, not leaving the area. Like like John just said, when what you were known for is gone or it's changed to something not even close to what it was, you can walk into a community and without knowing anything about it, feel the hopelessness.
Yeah, because there's nothing coming back. Nobody's coming here.
Exactly. So, like, when we compare Rochester to Binghamton, and granted, it's light years apart now, was Rochester ever at that hopeless point?
They were close, and then they reinvented themselves. But, yeah, they were right there.
Right. I mean, Kimmy, was there ever a point where you felt hopeless living in the greater Rochester area over the last couple of years?
I'm guessing like during the fall of Kodak, was probably too young to recognize that. You know what I mean? As a kid,
Okay.
feeling that hopelessness.
I mean, so you bring up, like, between like 96 and 2006, like Kodak collapses. There's nothing there to replace it. We were taking insane risks with like boat to Toronto, soccer stadiums we didn't need. Kodak, Jenny hadn't yet completed its resurgence, right?
And don't forget, Xerox also laid off a ton of people.
Was it that bad for that 10 years? Were we hopeless?
Yeah, probably.
Well,
But you don't know when you're in the middle of it. You know what I mean? When you're standing in the middle of it, you don't really see it.
You don't think so?
I did. No, because you're in it.
Okay.
I mean, maybe other people looked at it differently. Because people probably thought, oh, it's going to come back. They're pulling some moves. They're going to do this. They're going to try that.
Yeah, but it does seem like the larger the swing to try and bring it back, the more hopeless you are. Like, again,
Well, if it doesn't work, yeah.
Well, no, but I mean, it's not even whether it works or not. Like, the fact that you have to have a boat that's going to bring people back and forth from another country. The fact that you're building a soccer stadium that is completely unnecessary. Like, these massive swings that go absolutely nowhere. And I think you can make the argument that Rochester's in a good place now only because we don't even talk about the 10,000-seat stadium that exists 5 blocks from Frontier Field. It's there. They still use it. Not even a talking point anymore.
But where we sit, Browns Race, this was going to be revitalized into like a big nightclub area.
Another big swing. You're right.
A lot of money coming down there. They try to do concerts down here. It just never worked.
But now
Did things like the U of R, though, like quietly help build stuff behind the scenes? You know what I mean? Like the U
All
of
the
R
lame
has
stuff
grown
worked.
so much, and like the universities around here have grown a lot. And I wonder if, like, sure, it's not like one big thing that they contributed to, but it did help keep a lot of people in town.
No, I think you're right. And I when it comes to the one big thing with the college, it's medical, right? U of R with the residency.
It's not sexy. It's not a boat. It's not a soccer game.
Yeah.
It's just the lame stuff that actually gets it done.
But it's the lame stuff that builds these cities in the first place. Kodak is lame. It built Rochester. IBM is lame. It helped build Binghamton. Like all of these places.
It made money.
Exactly. Let me ask you this.
Go ahead.
Because, like, having this discussion makes everyone feel pretty good about Rochester. What would it take for you to live in a hopeless community?
To move there?
All right, let's say, Tommy, hypothetical. Someone comes to you. They go, Tommy, they got an opening at a radio show in Binghamton, and I've heard your jokes. Your jokes will fit right in Binghamton. It's a hopeless community. We're going to offer you $200,000 a year. Would that be enough?
That's like 20 times what I make. Yeah.
200. You wouldn't move to Binghamton for $200,000.
Yeah, because you could live like a king and go anywhere you
But
want.
I just made that argument that only when you're in
you
poverty.
didn't say $200,000.
What about the crime you brought up? What about the bad schools? Folks around you.
I don't have any kids, and I can live in a nice, isolated, gated neighborhood.
Isolated, gated
neighborhood. We don't have to deal with people. And they got a nice Wegmans down there. Yeah, I'm in.
Are there a lot of gated communities in big?
Every community has a rich area.
I understand.
Even the most bustedest.
You know who must love this list, by the way?
Who?
Utica, Jamestown, Watertown, Glens Falls.
How did they
Oswego.
dodge that bullet?
I don't know, man. I mean, like, I think all those other places.
Rome, New York.
All those other places have a little something going.
Yeah, but I would think like I said, Binghamton, with the university right there, like you see these smaller towns really grow and expand around that. It's just weird that like that didn't help it at all.
Binghamton's not small. It's not Ithaca.
It's not a small.
Oswego.
Maybe
It's a
I
city.
always maybe
Yeah,
I
it's a
always
small
thought it
city,
was
but-
smaller than it actually is.
I mean, no, it's smaller than
Here,
here,
yeah,
obviously.
but it's
yeah.
too big, I think, for a
Okay.
community. But you know, I don't know.
I don't
'cause
either.
We got Jake. He grew up in Binghamton. He'll have the last word. Hey, Jake, how are you, buddy?
Hey, how's it going, guys?
Good, brother. What do you got for us?
I just heard you talking about Binghamton. I grew up in Binghamton in
Shut
the early
up.
90s.
Okay.
Yeah, I grew well, technically Vestal, which is right next to Binghamton,
Right.
but I
Jake's
worked
a
my
liar.
whole life in the restaurant industry in Binghamton. And the big thing about Binghamton is how it became so popular. It's the two crossroads of two major highways, the north and south and the east and west, all the way to Ohio, and then from Maine to...
Yeah, they call it the Golden Center.
Georgia.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's how it became a popular place. But as I was growing up, it was nice growing up there, but it has gone to garbage. I found out after I left, not even 3 years later, like drugs hit the area really bad, like the opiate epidemic. But the biggest
so they
thing
do have a
about
nightlife.
Binghamton, well, the biggest thing about Binghamton, which you touched upon, was the Binghamton University. And we had a really good baseball team at BU where a lot of the players went on to become A, B, and even major league players.
They say college baseball
And
can really
they
turn a
all-
community around.
Well, talk to Omaha, Nebraska. All right, so Jake,
Well,
let me ask you
that's
this.
how-
I'm sorry, I'm running late. Let me ask you this question. Having lived in Binghamton and now living in Rochester now, do you see any comparisons, or is Rochester a place where you look around and go, I'm glad I'm not in Binghamton anymore?
I'm glad I'm not in Binghamton.
Okay, all right. Jake, I'd love to talk to you, buddy, but I got to go. Thank you for the call, man. I really appreciate it.
All right.
All right,
Have a good one.
There we go. There goes Jake. Oh, if those Bears could have just turned it around.
Come on.
All right, let's take a break. You know, it's funny we go from like, hey, things are not bad in Rochester
Okay.
to, hey, this business has been open for a quarter century, is closing. And it'll be a shock because this is like a landmark of downtown. It's been open for 25 years. But if you graduated high school between the ages of 2000, the years of 2000 and 2010, this is going to hit you like a ton of bricks.
boy.
Because this is where we were cool, when we were kings. And we'll get into it next here in the break room. Let's see WCMF. This is shocking for a couple of reasons.
What's shock?
Well, first off, if you lived in Rochester for a while, it feels like this place has always been here.
Yeah.
Right? But more importantly, this place, and a place around the corner from this place, has held a very special place in the heart of kids who lived in the suburbs for a period of time. Because you want to feel cool as
This is a
kid.
cool spot.
You want to feel independent as a kid.
Like an adult.
You want, people to see you as a grown-ass person being mature. Well, guess what, buddy? If you went to high school between 2000 and 2010, it's likely that this was your spot. Literally.
Wow.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock, 96.5, WCMF, just after 7:25, 7:30. One of the most notorious workplace, how do I put this, rules, how you are supposed to look in American history has been changed.
Really?
This billion-dollar business has said their guys are now allowed to have this.
Wow.
And it has to be because we as Americans have decided you ain't telling me how I can look
Okay.
anymore. And we'll get to it just after 7:30 here in the break room on CMF. Spot Coffee on East Ave in the city of Rochester is closing.
Wow.
End of an era.
You got it. Sign on the door.
Bring back the Chevys.
Sign on the door. He drops that because he wants to say.
What?
Go ahead.
It was a Chevy dealership,
Yeah,
but they kept like the whole facade. It was a really cool concept.
Understood. It was on a historic
Landmark
places, so they
or
had to do
whatever.
that.
I mean, it took them
They call
forever
it,
to build the place because you had to everything had to be a certain
Right.
way.
I knew
Even
that
the
as-
doors and everything had to be just so.
Like I knew the second we brought this up, he was going to try and drop all the old man. You just
Fine,
made
people at General Motors.
you just made fun of the guys for the Binghamton facts, and you
The
literally.
old Susquehanna.
So a sign on the door of Spot Coffee on East Ave says their last day will be this Sunday, March 2nd. No one knows why they are shutting down, but they say they will have some kind of comment next week.
All right.
So there are a couple of very unique things about Spot Coffee. You brought up the Chevy dealership,
Yeah.
right? The location was right in the
It
middle
was
of
very
everything.
hip looking.
You got it. It's also been open for 25 years.
That is shocking.
And that's a hell of a run for a coffee shop.
Yeah.
But-
Where'd the kids go?
Well, that's just it. There are a specific group of people this morning who found this or just heard it that are now hurting bad. Folks for them, Spot was more than just a place to go get coffee. Because if you were a kid who went to high school in the suburbs between like 2000 and 2010, Spot Coffee and Java's around the corner.
Java Joe. Yeah.
Just Java's.
Yeah.
Just call Java's. Why did you feel the need to add something?
Because I think it was Java Joe.
I'm almost positive the site just says Java's.
Now it does.
Okay, but they took the
Back
Joe
when
out.
I was drinking.
After all that anti-Italian sentiment they had to get rid of during the war, you idiot.
Yes, Java Joe.
Yeah.
You don't know what that coffee shop next door used to be a Chevy dealership. If you were a kid in high school.
So it was a teen place.
Yeah, well, no, it wasn't.
No.
Spot Coffee and Java's was the cool, badass place to go on the weekends because it wasn't a teen place. You were allowed to go because they weren't serving
Well, it was just
alcohol.
coffee, yeah.
Exactly. Yet they were, Java's closed Spot closed at like 7, but Java's was open like all night long.
Yeah, because they did music and stuff.
You
like
got
that.
it. So you were going into the city, man, to go hang out like adults, man, and we were going to sit out on the street, and we were going to smoke cigarettes, and there's going to be college chicks, man, and there's going to be a dude with a hookah, and I don't even know what a hookah is, but it looks pretty cool, and you don't know what a hookah is either, so I'm going to big time you, man.
So what happened? Is that cool to do that anymore?
No, I don't know. Let's put a pin in that because I'm not exactly sure what happened because I got old. But Spot Coffee, Kimmy, and Java was a massive coming-of-age place for a ton of teenagers who are now between the ages of 30 and 40.
Yeah, because you had the one friend that discovered it first, like the one friend that didn't watch movies, they watched films, and they also had a record player before everybody else had a record
they
player.
went vinyl first.
Like that, I'm thinking of exactly of the one friend we went with. We loaded up in her car 'cause she had been there before. 'Cause like she had a friend from like a different school that took her there once.
Yep.
And then
She's right. She's
and
100%
I
right.
remember like I went there and I was like, oh, I feel so cool, but I didn't know how to order a coffee, so I just repeated what everybody else was getting because I was like, I don't know what I like. I've never had caffeine before.
Well, you never had a cup of coffee before?
Like I probably had a cup of coffee, but like they were ordering like specific lattes and stuff. Like I couldn't read the menu. I don't know what a grande coffee is.
Why would a 14, 15, 16-year-old kid have had coffee back then? No, you're right. Like, it was always that buddy, the first kid to wear skinny jeans and was into the Hives for some reason.
Yes.
And not the Rash, the band, the Hives.
Okay.
But I remember sitting at a table in there and feeling like I was so cool. Like cooler than everybody else who went to high school with.
It was the greatest feeling in the world. And I got to be honest with you. The phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. When I saw this story over the weekend, it felt, Tommy, like a small part of me died. Like everything about those two places were perfect for kids on a Saturday night. Java's especially. Because, like, you can't get into a bar, Tommy, at 15, 16, 17.
Well, not anymore. Back then you could.
But
My day.
Yeah, your day.
Yeah.
But I think that's the difference, is you were able to drink at 18, where we had to wait until 21. So we still had a full 4 or 5 years. These coffee places were right in the heart of where all the cool bars were. Sailors is there, East End.
Yeah, it was all East End, yeah.
They were open as late as the bars. So we were going downtown, and that's all you had to say, right?
Yeah.
We're going downtown.
Yeah.
You didn't include coffee shop. Maybe you'd even say, like, Spot or Java's, and they'd be like, well, what's that? Yeah, you wouldn't get it, man. You know, it's not really your scene. It's not really your scene. We're going to go play pool in the basement at Java's. You know, it's
I'm going to parallel park today.
Check me out. God, that was horrifying, wasn't it? Watching your buddies try parallel park on East Ave.
Oh, yeah.
All right, let me ask you a question, Tommy.
Yeah.
Because I get that you're starting to feel left out because there's no place for you to say, it used to be a Chevy dealership.
Well, I'm trying to explain to you a little piece of drinking history, and you're not getting it.
Java Joe's.
That was the guy.
It is amazing. He just has the same words.
He was a cool guy.
Java Joe's.
Java Joe was a big name in
You
his
got
town.
old man Tourette's. Just dropping facts.
After the war, Java Joe's was the place to get coffee.
As we talk about Spot Coffee on East Ave announcing they will be closing next weekend, what was the place where you came of age? The first place that made you feel like a cool adult? 252-WCMF, 252-9263. Like the place you could finally feel, Tommy, like you were mature enough where you could spread your wings. It made you feel trendy. You had this feeling inside you like, I am independent and I am becoming a person now.
So I remember the first time I went to a restaurant with just other kids my age. It was when I was in military school. And like the first time we just all went out and ate on our own. Like we walked out of the campus, walked down the street, walked into a restaurant, sat down like adults with menus and just ordered something.
So that was
it
your
was
moment.
just lame. It was like a Shoney's. It was like a burger joint. But like your parents weren't there. You had money in your pocket and you were just going to eat. That was like a big to-do.
I mean, I think that, Kimmy, that's going to be it for most people. Right?
Yeah.
Like something as simple as like an Applebee's or a Friendly's.
Yeah, with other people your age, nobody else around.
And like remember you would go sit down and you'd all order like 5 baskets of fries. Like that poor waitress was getting no tip that night.
Yeah.
But you were adults, man. One guy was going to spring for a shake.
And the funniest thing I remember too, like doing that as a kid, because kids eat fast.
Yeah.
So like everybody inhaled their meal within 4 minutes, and then you're just sitting there. You know, I guess I'll get another Coke.
But here's the thing, man.
Yeah.
I don't know about you. I could sit there for 3 hours just feeling like a grown-ass person.
So that's all you did, right?
Yeah. But it was cool,
Yeah.
man. I miss that innocence. That
Sure.
innocence was brilliant.
Yeah.
You had your whole life ahead of you. Like you thought that's what being an adult was. You got to go out and
It was,
eat
yeah,
whatever
because
you
that's
wanted.
all you knew, right?
Yeah. And then all of a sudden, here come bills and kids and
Right in the scrote.
spouses. Not kidding. Yam bag is the new one. Right in the yam bag.
Yeah, that would have made sense because I was in the South.
252-WCMF, 252-9263. We're talking about coming of age. Spot Coffee announces they will be closing after 25 years. And for Kimmy and I, our age group, Spot Coffee and Java's is where we went downtown.
Somebody also brought up Boulder Coffee.
Oh, Boulder,
to,
yeah,
in
down in the
on
South
Twitter.
Wedge. That's
Yep.
where I met my wife.
Hey, look at that.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Yeah, came of age.
I thought you met her at a Jamaican bar.
No, that was our first date.
Oh.
Yeah. Why would I have been in a Jamaica bar by myself?
Because that's how you used to go. Because you got kicked out of every
We
other
used to go.
country.
What are you talking about?
You couldn't drink at the Irish joints because you allowed mouth.
That's not, yeah.
Every joint I took you to, they didn't want to see you again. You
By
never
the way,
paid for
I
anything.
love, yeah, you know what? The loudmouths in the Irish bar,
That's how loud you were.
the seal of the country of Ireland is a guy with his mouth wide open going, ah!
I thought that was your mom.
252-WCMF. Let's talk to Bob. Hey, Bob, how are you, buddy?
Hey, so I've got two places, right?
Okay.
When I went to Spencerport High School, and when you're a senior in high school, you get to leave for lunch. So we would always go to the pizza place in the village of Spencerport because, you know, we thought we were cool. We could leave early and not have to be at school for lunch. The other place was Classic Billiards in Greece.
Oh, yeah, it was another one
That's
of
a
my
good
spots,
one.
Was
bro.
that that big joint on the ridge?
No, this
No.
one is on Ridge, but it's the one that's downstairs, right, Bob? You walk in, you go down steps?
Yeah, it's the plaza, but the billiards is underneath the plaza.
Yeah, it's next
Yeah.
to the diner there.
All right.
Yep.
Yep. Oh, man, Bob, how old are you, buddy?
I'm going to turn 50 in like 2 months.
Happy birthday. How about Bob is 50, I am 38, and we both have one of the same coming-of-age places
I
at
think
billiards
it's still there, too.
I believe
it's
it
still
is,
there,
yes.
yeah.
Oh, the billiard joint still exists?
Yeah,
I
all
think
right.
so.
You know what was great about billiard halls, Bob, as I jump in on your story, and I'd love to have a billiard discussion if you don't mind. So it was that joint on Ridge, and there was that other one. There were two of them in Arundel.
Yeah. That other one was huge.
So, like, when you went into a billiards place, for some reason, even as a teenager, they would leave you alone and be cool, but it felt like a dangerous place, Bob. Like, you felt like you were in danger at all times.
So I always had this thought of, like, there's the VIP room in the back. I'm like, there's no way I'm going back there. They're, like, gambling or drinking, or I'm not going back there.
Felt so cool, though.
Dangerous.
Man. We would take chicks there, like thinking, like, yeah, look how badass we are. We're hanging out with a bunch of 60-year-old dudes playing pool.
And gambling and drinking.
Hey, Bobo, thanks for the call, buddy. Have a good rest of the day.
All right, thanks.
All right, take care. There goes Bob.
I didn't realize, like, there were still pool halls.
Yeah, I mean, look, I haven't been in forever, but I think that one on Ridge is still open, and I think the one's in Irondequoit.
I just looked it up. Still there.
I'll never forget. So that one in Irondequoit, it's like down below a plaza.
Yeah.
Right? And we walk in for the first time, me and like three of my buddies. It was the same Java's crew, you know?
Yeah.
It's dangerous nights, man. What are you going to do? There's an Asian guy. He's in like his 50s. He's wearing dark Ringo Starr sunglasses inside, like the John Lennon ones, round ones, right? He's got his own queue, like multiple.
Custom queue, yeah.
Yeah, but like with bags and stuff like that. He is dressed to the nines, right? But like his shirt is unbuttoned all the way down to his belly button.
Oh, so you were attracted to him.
He's got tattoos up and down his arms. And we're like, oh, man. Oh,
Badass.
It's badass.
That's a hustler.
I don't want to be here right now, but I want to be here right now. I don't know what's going to happen.
He was going to take you out back and play Russian roulette.
No, that's what we had.
The deer hunter was going to break out.
And his name's like Steve, and he works at Paychecks, you know what I mean? He just likes to play pool, but we're looking from across the room like, oh, look at us, man.
Yeah, there's quite a subculture at pool halls.
It was fun, though. I enjoyed it.
Are those still places where, like, a parent would feel comfortable with their teen going alone? Because, like, I'm thinking, like, there are other places that kids can't really go to anymore. Like, for us, it was the mall a lot of times. Like, you were allowed to be there with your friends unsupervised. You kind of made you feel like an adult. Or, like, the movies. But I feel like those places don't really exist for teenagers anymore.
You know, that's a really good point, because if my daughter told me, she's 14, that she was going to a pool hall with her friends, I'd know.
Really? You would feel, yeah. So I wonder if that's still a spot for kids to be alone.
It's a great point.
I guess there isn't much left.
Right.
And I mean,
like, your daughter can she go to the movies with her friends if she wanted to?
I'll be honest with you, she's never asked.
Oh.
She's never asked to go to a movie by her, like, with just her friends.
Oh.
So, I mean, we got Netflix.
Yeah.
And Hulu.
Yeah,
no
true.
big deal. No, but, like, now that you bring it up, like, you know, it is a little heartbreaking that the kids don't have that independence that we had. But at the same time, I can't think of a single place we've named where I'd be like, yeah, you should go with your friends.
But I mean, you would let her
Let's
go to Starbucks, right, and have coffee down the street with her
yeah,
friends?
like, that's because as kids, too, we used to walk. Like, for my friends that lived, like, in the village of Hilton, we would walk to some of those businesses there. Like, would your daughter do that at a friend's house?
I don't know if I'd love it.
Well, I mean, she's coming to that age that this is going to happen.
Shut
right?
up. Shut up. Shut up.
What, I invented 15?
No, I don't want to. That sounded creepy coming out of your mouth, especially after the Peach Pit reference 20 minutes ago. I'm Tommy Lay. I invented 15.
Meet you at the pit.
You know, it used to be a Chevy dealership. Pit Joe's. Pit Joe's, what they called it.
PD Pits, I think.
Okay. No, I don't know.
Yeah.
I want her to have independence, but I don't want her to be out of my sight at any time.
Well, that should work out well.
Shut up. You don't get it, man. You'll never understand.
You'll never get it,
You won't.
man.
You won't. Let the kids be free because I'm not responsible for them.
Yes, relax.
We got Facebook messages coming in. This whole discussion started with the announcement that Spot Coffee on East Ave will be closing coming up. They haven't said why. They said they're going to say this week, but it's been open for 25 years. And for people Kimmy's age and, you know, between high school 2000 and 2010, Java and Spot were like the cool place you came of age as a kid. Amanda writes, Duffy, Spot must not have been that cool because they're going out of business, so you sound stupid. Ow. Wow, Amanda.
Man. I mean, it had a good run.
I mean, you brought up Starbucks. Maybe the combination of not wanting kids to be out of that far from their parents.
Or going downtown.
Yeah, and the fact that Starbucks has become like a
Everywhere?
trendy place. Well, a trendy place
Yeah.
for teens to hang out. Because like Starbucks wasn't a cool place when we were kids.
But there wasn't that many
Well, I
of them
remember
either.
I had friends that worked at the one in the mall as kids, so we would go there because we got free stuff.
But outside of that,
Yeah.
I mean, maybe it's like Starbucks becoming a really popular place for kids to hang is what
Okay.
did some of these places
Yeah.
in. I don't know. It's got to be hard to be a coffee shop with no parking in downtown Rochester where there's Starbucks and Dunkin's and Tim Hortons everywhere.
Yeah.
All right. Well, Spot, thank you for all you've done.
Well, maybe something else will go in there and be cool.
Well, not for us, it's not. We're not cool anymore.
Something for old people, like Chevrolet.
Bye, people.
See the USA in your Chevrolet, baby.
It's like an itch you
Bring
have.
back
to
the Impala. That was a car, baby.
Did they get rid of the Impala?
40 years ago.
No, cops were
Like
driving
Nixon
around.
owned the
Oh,
last one. Remember he drove it off the...
What did that sound like when he drove the last
Well,
one?
I'm sitting here, Neil and Buzz. The last
Why is
Impala.
Neil and Buzz at the
I
factory?
don't know. We're on a barnstorming tour trying to save the Impala. Maybe one day we'll drive one on the moon.
Let's take a break. This was one of the most shocking stories of the weekend.
Oh.
Because for, I believe, 5 decades, this billion-dollar business, recognizable logo across the world, said if you're going to work for us, you cannot have one of these.
I thought they didn't even have that rule anymore.
Oh, no, they've had it.
Which is I don't even get the reason for it.
Well, bro, what do you mean you don't get the reason? You know the reason. It's guys like you that's the reason.
But like
you're going to look professional, like you work at a Chevrolet dealership.
But at one time it wasn't like instituted because there was a time you could have this.
Steinbrenner did it.
But when did he institute no more?
Well, let's put it this way: there are superstars who played in the 70s and 80s for this team that had to change their face. This is no more.
Because this sport was known for one thing in particular in the 70s.
All right, we'll get to all of this, but this may be less, a franchise deciding this is an old rule, and more us as a country deciding with our employers, you ain't going to tell me how I'm going to look.
Yeah.
And we'll get into it next here in the break room. Let's see that. You have a look. The hair on your head, the hair on your face, the way you like to dress.
It's your style.
And yes, where you work can give you guidelines on how you're supposed to put yourself together. But for the most part, it's your call. $1 billion business that for years kept their employees from doing this with their face has backed off.
Wow.
Because we could be at a point
Yeah.
where I don't care how much you pay me. Everyone in America has decided you're not going to tell me how I can look.
Damn.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock, 96.5, WCMF, just after 7:45. Your Buffalo Sabres have won, I believe, 5 of their last 6.
Damn, a little roll, huh?
Yeah, but that's not what we're here to talk about, because if you were watching the game on Saturday, you saw a man almost lose an eye with a microphone in his hand. And his reaction...
You gonna do a fight or something?
No. His reaction, although shocking, completely understandable.
Okay.
And we'll get to it just after 7:45 here in the break room on CMF. Tommy?
Yeah.
For 50 years, the New York Yankees had for every one of their employees, both on field and off field,
Everybody.
one very important rule.
What's that?
No beards.
Man, even the ladies, huh?
Yeah, that's right. So your mother would have had to shave. It's been a big deal. MLB stars like Reggie Jackson, Johnny Damon, Goose Gossage had to shave their face before they were allowed to
Wait,
wear
this goes back to
pinstripes.
Reggie?
Yeah, all the way back then.
Oh, wow.
Yes. Well, as of this weekend, that policy is no more. Hale Steinbrenner, who I believe is the son of George Steinbrenner,
Yeah.
released a statement saying the team has decided the policy was outdated. They said they had
50 years ago it was outdated.
says the team had internal conversation with the players, and because beards are so common now, they would allow facial hair, and I quote, within reason.
It has to be groomed.
You got it. And this may be because brand new New York Yankee Devin Williams made an issue of it earlier last week.
Oh.
So, Tommy, he was traded from the Brewers in the offseason.
He's got the beard?
Yes, and he showed up at spring training with his beard. The team told him the first day he was there, you have to shave. The next day, they were taking a team photo. He came out to the team photo with his beard.
Ooh.
He ain't shaving.
He was sent back off the field and then came back clean shaven to take the
Wow.
photo.
So he folded.
You got it, but it was only a few hours later that they announced the change to the beard
pissed, man. I
policy.
shaved and then you changed.
You gotta think though, other guys have tried to pull that move over the
Yeah.
years, like especially like the egos, the really good players. You would think that if they wanted a beard, they would have tried to have some facial hair.
Look, if you want to talk about egos and star power, Reggie Jackson was that guy.
Oh, the
and
most.
If Reggie Jackson
Yeah.
was willing to shave his
it's
face.
That's why I'm so surprised that it took till now.
Okay, so here's the thing.
Did Don Mattingly? No.
Yeah, okay, you were allowed to have a mustache.
Mustache,
You
that's
couldn't
right.
have a beard.
Right.
So Reggie kept his mustache, Goose kept his mustache, Mattingly kept his mustache, but they had to shave everything
Yeah.
else on their face. So, it's funny we laugh at the Yankees waiting 50 years to change their beard policy. And even now, a well-groomed beard.
No. They wanted a clean-cut young man.
That's right. But this could be a sign of a greater change in society.
What is that?
252 WCMF, 252-9263. Are you willing to work at a place that tells you how you're going to look? 252 WCMF, 252-9263. Because, Tommy, there are uniforms we sometimes have to wear. But outside of that, if you have a choice between a place that doesn't care about your beard versus make sure you're clean shaven, a place that wants your hair above your ears versus a place that lets you grow whatever you want,
A workplace standard.
does your individuality matter enough where you don't want to work at the place that demands you look a certain way? 252 WCMF.
Yeah, I mean, if I'm just making regular wage, like I can get this job anywhere, why would I do that?
How much are you willing to sacrifice financially to be you?
I mean, if you're an hourly guy making, what's the standard, 15?
Well, 15's minimum. It seems to be 18 to 20.
All right.
Yeah.
I mean, you could probably go score that job somewhere else.
Okay.
So I'm thinking, no.
All right.
What's in it for me?
All right. Let me ask you a question, because you are a man who cares about how he looks.
And I used to work for a place where you had a chart how you were supposed
So
to
you
look.
were telling us in the break.
So when I worked at Winn-Dixie Quick Check, this has been 1975, they had a poster on the wall full of different guys' pictures and how you could look. So how your hair, your sideburns, all that stuff. So, but they had two exceptions. If you were the black guys could have a standard afro,
Okay.
and they could have
What's a standard afro, by
well,
the way?
what
Is there a
a
picture of
white
it?
man would think a standard afro looked like, based on Bill Cosby and I Spy, like a groomed. You couldn't have one of them big old Michael Jackson globes on your head.
Okay, gotcha.
But you could have like a trimmed afro.
Okay.
And you could have sideburns. Okay.
Okay.
Because we couldn't have sideburns. Also, Cuban guys could have mustaches
Why could Cuban guys have mustaches?
because they said it was part of their culture.
But you couldn't have a mustache.
No, we
Yeah, it's
couldn't have
actually-
sideburns, and you couldn't have a mustache. You
It's
couldn't have any
actually
facial hair.
pretty progressive for a southern grocery store in the 1970s.
Yeah.
But anyway, I'm sorry.
Yeah, because don't forget, we had 2 black guys and 1 Cuban in the 1,500 stores we had. So really progressive.
All right, let me
So
bring.
Juan got a break.
Well, he was the only one.
Yeah.
Let me throw it in a little more personal. All right. So you love to dress the way you do.
Yeah.
Let's say now we get a new boss. They come down. He looks you up and down. And he goes, "You got to be kidding me!
Well,
What
I'm
is
pretty
this?
clean cut.
What are you gonna go audition for Broadway when you get off the air? New rule:
What's the new rule?
you slacks, Stafford shirt, tie every day. You cannot wear what you want to wear here at the company.
I could get behind that.
Okay, but across the street,
Yeah.
other radio company says you can wear whatever you want. We'll pay you $20 grand a year less. What are you
Be
doing?
yourself.
$20 grand a year to be yourself.
But 20 grand less, I'd be only making $4,000. So no, I'd have to take a pay.
So you would 10 grand? Would 10 grand be
No,
enough?
I gotta.
Okay,
I
so
need
the money matters.
Yeah.
I love how you go, I need money. When you have easily spent $20,000 on your wardrobe in the last 5 years.
But he's the one person that would be for this because you complain all the time with how sloppy people look at work.
Come on. Well, I see walking
How
around
are you
here,
supposed to sell looking like that?
slippers, no shoe,
So wait a minute.
pajamas.
Like he wants it to go back to strict dress code.
She's right. You open up this break with, oh, how do you have this old school policy? And then you immediately become George Steinbrenner.
Shorts in the workplace on men.
Short Steinbrenner is what they call him around here. I mean, Kimmy, I
Yeah.
guess does this apply as much to women? I mean, I know we're talking about facial hair, but it seems like, maybe I'm wrong. Like the restrictions on what women can wear. Yeah, I'm wrong on that. I take that back.
Because I can remember women getting sent home.
Yeah.
Back in the
Yeah,
you couldn't do that anymore.
I mean, just the shoe changes that I'd have to make alone would be enough to want to work somewhere else.
So you would, for the ability to dress the way you want, would you lose 10 grand out of your salary and make negative $5,000?
You know what? I think I might. I think
Really?
I might.
Because I mean, there are still some.
Because I would also worry if you're that strict with something like that. I would think that there may be other strict rules I'd have to follow along the way.
Okay, so you're going to use that as a gauge for other
yeah,
things.
yeah, I think so.
Which I guess with the Yankees,
Yeah.
as it would start this conversation, is an appropriate way to look at it.
because I thought Paychex had this at their office. They were pretty restrictive about how men and women dress. At least at one time, how women had to dress and men.
I did not know this.
Yeah, it was pretty. Because our boy worked there, and he was pretty sloppy. And I guess he had to clean it up. He knows what he knew.
Well, who's our boy? Which one?
Our boy.
Yeah, we got a lot of boys, bro.
You know which boy. The sloppy boy.
Sloppy boy. All of our boys are sloppy.
Sloppy boy.
We hung out with the
Part
sloppy.
of your plate club.
We hung out with the sloppy boy crew.
He passed through there for a while, but I didn't realize they were pretty strict on the look. Maybe they've changed, but like the women had to be pretty much business attire.
Okay. Well, I mean, look, there are still some jobs that do this. Apparently, the clean face, no beard, is still big in the financial world, like banks and places like that.
Well, because you're handling people's money, you want to look like you're buttoned up.
Okay, but
not
again,
like you're running off with the joint.
Again, like I never understood that idea that if he looks slick and put together, I'm going to trust him with my money. How do you think he got all that money in the first place?
But I also don't want to think like I'm talking to you, but your buddy's car is idling out front.
There are also places where, I mean, due to safety, you're forced to shave, and that's a
Yeah.
little bit
Yeah.
different, right?
Yeah.
Like that's not some guy being a dick.
Get
He-
dragged to death by your beard.
Exactly. Like you get sucked
Into
into
the
a
wheat
machine.
thresher.
That's not funny. Why are we laughing at that? Oh, God, no! 252 WCMF. Over the weekend, the New York Yankees announced that their 50-year-old no-beard policy has been changed. So now New York Yankees players and staff members are allowed to have a well-groomed beard. Let's talk to Teddy. Hey, Teddy, how are you, buddy?
Good morning.
Hey.
Hey, I feel like this country dress code in the past 25 years has been declining.
Oh, Teddy, what are you talking about?
No, listen, he's an outsider. He came out. He sees.
An outsider. Hey, way to welcome Teddy onto the show. An outsider, Teddy.
I bet you Indonesia are very buttoned up.
No, not only that. Look at it. When you go to the airport, go flying on the plane, some people are just coming to the airport with pajamas. I mean, how disgusting is that?
Okay, Teddy, yeah, counterpoint to that, when people were dressing up on the plane, I was getting a 3-course meal, and they were taking care of me like I was a king. Now they herd me on like cattle in a seat that's half the size. Yeah, I'm going to be comfortable, Teddy.
I know that, but look at it. Sometimes you can see that these people can even take shower, and then the way they put the pan, you can even see their asses when they flight. I mean, how disgusting is that?
I love how Teddy's running around the airport smelling people. You didn't take a shower today.
You ain't got to go far.
Shut up. All right, Teddy, let me ask you a question. Now, I get that you and Tommy are cut of the same cloth. Be professional and look right.
Yeah.
But, Teddy, wouldn't you rather have people dressing the way they want to so you can know what their personality is before you even have a discussion with them? Isn't that a benefit?
It depends what kind of clothes that you're wearing, but sometimes it's how disgusting it is. You can see that pajamas that they were in the airport. It got fucking holes.
Whoa! Teddy, I gotta let you go, buddy. Have a good rest of the day.
Yeah, I don't need to see every bare belly.
Can I just point out?
Teddy just has never sworn on the show before. He dropped an F-bomb because of pajamas on a plane.
One of the worst Samuel L. Jackson movies of all time, by the way. I'm sick. Teddy wrote it. I'm sick of these mother effing pajamas.
If there is one place I don't care what other people are doing, it's sitting on an airplane.
Thank you. Why do you and
I want you
Teddy...
to be as comfortable as possible. Okay, but keep your shoes on. That is a
Okay,
standard.
now you're being them. Now you're being those guys. Look, I'm telling you, especially when it comes to the beard, I don't think guys like you and Teddy understand how important a beard is for most men with a beard. It's
how important it is?
Yes, it becomes a part of you, legitimately.
Yeah, I get it. It's growing up. It's hanging off your face.
It also says a lot about you. Going back to the idea that if you let me dress the way I want to, I am projecting my personality. It takes a lot of hard work and patience to grow kick-ass
But you
beard.
also look sketchy, like I can't trust you, like you're hiding something.
Nobody has thought that for 30 years.
Villains always had beards in the movie.
Now villains are all clean-shaven, and they're all working for 1% banks, buddy. Government officials. I mean, look, for a lot of guys, too, when you grow that beard, you don't know what it looks like, what you look like without it anymore. I've had my beard for 20 years.
Yeah.
I have no idea what I look like clean-shaven anymore. No idea.
All right.
So I don't want to know. My wife would be furious if I took a job. My wife, I think, would try to talk me out of taking a job that would force me to shave my beard.
I always thought most women would think beards are off-putting on men because most men don't take care of themselves, so they're probably gross.
Thoughts, Kimmy?
I think that there are some men who can hide a bad jawline with a beard. Not a bad jawline, but almost a beard makes their jawline look a little stronger.
All right.
I would say most men look better with beards.
But you're a beard person.
As long as you can
A beard
grow
broad,
the
as they
beard.
say.
Because there are some that try to grow the beard. It's a little patchy, and that can be distracting.
Yeah, you got to make sure you can pull the beard off. The patchy sucks. But here's the thing. I'm not going to tell you can't have a patchy beard. I mean, you're saying stuff about you
Sure,
that maybe you don't want to know about other people that know, but
All right.
God bless you. We got Facebook messages coming in talking about your job telling you how to dress. Tommy's all for it, by the way.
Well, you don't want to look dirty. And beards and sloppy outfits.
Beards don't look dirty.
And they have a dirty look to them. They look dirty.
What about my beard looks dirty?
Oh, it's hanging off your dirty face. Your busted ass, formerly poor, impoverished face.
Rick writes us on Facebook. You can always get us at WCMF for the Break Room Facebook page. He writes, I thought it was, excuse me, I'm sorry. I thought it was illegal for a company to tell you how to dress or groom. I don't know about dress, but when it comes to beards, there is a bit of a gray area. Going back to what you talked about with Winn-Dixie, the grocery store, it seems that as long as it doesn't infringe on your civil rights, a company can tell you to do whatever you want.
Yeah, I mean, because you can just not work there, right? I mean, they have a set of standards how they want their company to look.
Yeah.
So,
You know,
yeah.
But as an Irishman, I don't be like, yeah, my ancestors say I have to have this beard. 252 WCMF, let's talk to Todd. Hey, Todd, how are you, buddy?
I'm doing great today. How are you guys?
Good, man. What do you got?
So I'm an airline pilot, and they restrict us from having beards, and they say that because the oxygen masks won't seal.
Okay.
But European pilots are allowed to have beards.
They don't care about
it. It's a control thing about appearance.
Are you sure, are you sure it's not because of the European mass over there?
No.
But I don't want my pilot to have a beard.
Why?
I think I'm getting hijacked.
That guy's patient. That is a patient man.
I want a clean-cut looking guy driving the plane.
Driving the plane.
Flying the plane.
Hey, Todd,
Pilot
you
that
drive
they-
that plane a lot? Todd,
Yeah, all day. We drive it.
All right, so Todd, let me ask you a question. I mean, would you like to grow a beard? Does this bother you?
It doesn't really bother me, but I'm sure there are some guys that would, because as soon as they go on vacation, that's the first thing they do.
You know, it's funny he says that. My old man being a cop all those years.
Yeah.
You had to have a full beard or no beard at all.
Oh, you couldn't like
grow it along the way. Yeah. So like when my dad would go on vacation, you're right, Todd, or he'd take time off, he would grow a beard and then have to shave it all off before he went back to work again.
But guys can have all that stuff now, right?
Yeah, things have changed. I don't know what the facial hair policy is, but like poor Todd, he's gonna be hanging out in airport lounges. Here come the French and German and British pilots with their big thick beards, laughing at him in accents he doesn't understand. That's not fair.
Yeah, but if I lined up a bunch of pilots,
Yeah.
I'm taking Todd.
No, I want beard guy.
I'm riding with Todd. Todd's my ride.
He's a Todd rider?
Todd Ryder.
Yes, sir. Let's do it.
I'm a rider Todd guy.
Todd, thanks for the call, buddy. How are you? All right, have a good rest of the day. There goes Todd.
Yeah, there's certain professions I don't want to see hair.
Give me another example.
Doctor. I don't want
Why?
some hairy ass looking doctor with a big ass beard.
Why?
Like my primary doctor.
Why?
Because he's handling it. It looks unsanitary.
Oh, looks unsanitary.
Yeah.
Your face looks unsanitary.
Yeah, but that's me. You're supposed to be making me healthy, and I don't want your hairy self doing
Do
that.
doctors have a?
None of my doctors
I'm
have
thinking
beards.
about. I guess I've never noticed a doctor with a beard.
Yeah,
before.
now that you bring it up.
And by the way, they probably can't because of the mask.
Oh,
Mask for what?
well, like
Surgery.
well,
good call.
surgeons definitely.
Good call. Your wife's a doctor.
She's not. I mean, she doesn't do surgery on a regular basis.
No, but she does it. She's a doctor.
That's why she has to shave her face every day.
No, but she don't count
Hold
anyway.
on,
She's
real
a
quick. No,
woman.
let me text her. Hey,
Hey,
Tommy
Donna.
says you need to shave your face because you got a beard.
Just thinking
That's
my
what Tommy
back is getting
said.
bigger.
Okay. Oh, she texted me back. She said good. No, I mean there are doctors that don't do surgery.
No, but like my primary guy.
Yeah.
Clean shaven.
Okay.
My dentist, clean shaven.
You also
By the way,
only-
I don't want my dentist's beard dangling in my face while he's got the hooks in there.
First of all, that's a lie. Second of all, again, how close is your dentist to your face, man?
Well, first of all, you don't go to the dentist.
Okay, I love how you.
Yeah, I
your
should
dentist
take a
has to be the
shot.
loneliest guy on the planet.
I love how Tommy's special request. Can the dentist please get as close to my face as possible?
No, but he's got to get in there clean. I don't want it tickling my nose
I
and
would
stuff
like
because
I'd like a gentle kiss on the tip of the nose, please.
when your dentist, he's right in your face.
He's not that close to your face.
where his beard's touching your face.
By the way,
Like you would have to get pretty close.
and he
for
would have
that
to go straight
happen.
down.
All right, so you're laying like this. He's right there.
No,
He's
and
digging
it would-
right there.
close.
And it would come straight down. If this is your face,
It would be right
and
here.
Look at that. See, my beard is not even close to you. Look
No.
how close I am.
No, be like
Look
that.
how close I am to your face.
Call yourself
Why
Not
would
even
a
close.
dentist want to get that
Ah,
close
kiss
to,
on your nose.
to somebody's bad breath?
Well, that's too. Yes, I understand, but I just don't want. By the way, my dentist doesn't have bad breath
No, I'm saying, why would your dentist want to get that close to somebody
Your
with
bad breath. Your-
because that's his gig.
Oh my God. Let's take a break.
When do you go to the dentist?
My dentist is never that close to my face.
But did you?
I would
you,
switch dentists.
Did you request a soft kiss on the tip of your nose?
I didn't. Maybe I should next time.
There you go. Let's take a break. If you were listening to the Sabres game on CMF, now I don't know if it got over on CMF, but it definitely got over on television.
Oh.
It was shocking. Like one of those things where you're like, oh my God, I can't believe that just happened. This guy could have lost an eye if they were an inch
How does
different.
this happen?
Well, I mean, it's, part of pro sports broadcast is the access that reporters and color analysts give you now.
All right.
And part of that access is being as close to the action
Well,
as
you
possible.
did explain something to me I did not realize.
Yeah, well, look, the guy's tough. He played in the league for years.
He was an enforcer. Wasn't
Yes, he was. But you will hear how painful and unexpected this was right out of his mouth next here in the break room. That's CMF. You want to look tough at your job?
Sure.
Right? You don't want to give on that, I can't finish because something bad happened to me. But here's the thing, man. Here's the thing. Every once in a while, it's okay to take a break or maybe just go home. Because I get that this guy is like one of the toughest guys, if you are a Western New York sports fan, you've ever seen.
Yeah.
But dear God, he could have lost an eye.
Oh, my God.
And we know it hurt because he said what he said into a microphone. You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF will jump right into it.
Yeah.
Your Buffalo Sabres are on a heater. I believe they won 5 out of their last 6. An 8-2 victory over the New York Rangers on Saturday.
So they're still holding on to last place, aren't they?
Why are you going to be a dick, man?
Hold on.
Never say die.
Maybe you should.
Okay. But the biggest moment from that game was not the 5-0 lead they had at the end of the first. It wasn't the 8 goals that they scored. It wasn't multiple Sabres scoring multiple goals.
What happened?
If you were watching or listening to the broadcast on Saturday, you heard something you almost never hear.
Oh.
The Rangers were clearing the puck out of the zone, and a Rangers defenseman fired it trying to bounce it up off the boards. Puck went a little too high, and I have to explain. So if you watch hockey, there is no glass where the players are sitting on the bench. That is wide open. There is also a little box in between those benches where they have the color analysts and some photographers.
Okay.
And there is no glass there either. It's wide open. For the Sabres, former Buffalo Sabres enforcer and color man for their broadcast team, Rob Ray, stands in that box, and he's got a headset microphone on.
So there's just a little bit of exposure.
You got it. Well, no, the whole thing's wide open.
But it doesn't sound like a big area.
No, I would say probably the size of that doorway.
Okay.
He is calling the game. The puck flies up over the boards, and this is what happened live on TV.
Puck is dropped, and it's 4-0. The opening period, and Razor just took another one. And that was a rocket. Doctors checking Razor out very quickly. That was close to the eye. Rob says, play on, boys. I'll be good for another 222.
By the way, we bleeped that?
Yeah.
That got out over the air on MSG.
Obvious.
It was a hard, like I've never heard, he stuck it like a Soviet gymnast. Can you give it to me one more time? Yeah. And look, I don't blame the guy. He just took a slapper to the face. Go ahead, Kimmy.
Puck is dropped, and it's 4-0. The opening period, and Razor just took another one. And that was a rocket.
He's been hit multiple times.
In the same spot, too, right? I think he got it to the eye the last time.
Wait, so this happened to him multiple times?
Yes.
Just doing his broadcasting?
Yeah.
You got it. You think maybe it's time for a helmet race?
Or move these guys out of that area.
Yeah, you need
Or
it
put
there.
glass. Why can't they have glass around?
To your point, like he could stand behind the glass.
I
and
thought
still
they were
have
up
the
in the
same
booth.
report.
Okay, so that's how it used to
Or
be.
behind the bench in some way.
Well, the teams don't want him there, behind the bench. I mean,
but he's close enough.
The great part about having him there is he can hear the players going back and forth with each other. He can hear the coaches. Like, you're right, you're getting all of the information. You can hear the referees having discussions.
Right.
So, like we talked about before, part of the broadcast for football, baseball, basketball, and hockey now is the access you are getting.
Yeah.
You want that intimate access, and you get that here. Unfortunately, you almost also possibly lose an eye.
Blind a guy. Good God.
So here's the thing. The phone number is 252-WCMF. Rob Ray, for those who are not hockey fans, is the greatest fighter in Buffalo Sabres history. He is arguably one of the greatest fighters in NHL history.
Oh.
There is a rule named after him.
The Rob Ray rule.
You got it. Do you know what the Rob Ray rule is?
Stop fighting.
No, you idiot.
I don't know what.
He used to wear oversized pads and jerseys, so when someone would get a hold of his stuff, he would slither out of it. He would be completely shirtless.
Oh, so he had the advantage.
And no one could be able to grab onto him.
All right.
The reason there are now fight straps on jerseys is because of Rob Ray.
Damn.
That is the Rob Ray rule. He didn't miss any time. He took a puck to the face, and he looks dazed.
He must have a concussion. I'm thinking, did he get hit in the face with a hard-ass puck?
He had a knot, that's for sure.
Yeah.
But
he probably should have sat down or went home.
That's what I'm kind of getting at. Like, I get you made your bones being the toughest guy on the planet.
Well, then you have to stand there.
But no, I don't think a single person, after watching what happened and heard how he reacted, knowing he had a mic in his face, would have blamed him for taking the rest of the day off. You don't have to be tough anymore, man. It's cool.
So he kept talking?
They took his mic down. Well, the doctors went over, checked him out.
Yeah.
They gave him a towel to hold on his bleeding head. He finished the period, went back, got checked out more.
But he didn't have like slurred speech or like.
Well, it's kind of hard to tell with Razor anyway.
No.
He didn't miss a moment.
Wow.
He stayed on.
That's impressive.
Well, I was up, but I don't know, man. Like, I think he's become such a beloved member of the Sabres alumni. I was worried about him watching the game.
But you're also known as the tough guy, the guy that beat people up, so you really can't wuss out.
But you're not a wuss for taking a slap shot to the face and going home.
Shows how tough he is, though. I guess.
Okay, see, this is the problem.
What?
You go, these guys like you shows how tough he is. He doesn't have to be that tough anymore. Go home, Rob. Go home. Put some ice on it. Talk to a doctor.
Let me ask you this. If he wasn't the big enforcer that he was, he wouldn't have been as famous, right?
Oh, yeah, no, that was his job. He didn't.
He was a goon.
Yeah, he didn't score.
Right. So kind of what got him there.
Sure.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, but it's like saying, it's like working at Macy's, and then you used to work making spaghetti, and they get mad at you because your spaghetti's not good at Macy's that day. You don't have to do it anymore.
Okay, all right.
I mean, Kimmy, the guy should have gone home, right?
Well, that's probably medically, yes.
Most people, yes, but I think he's got that tough guy reputation that he feels maybe that he has to uphold. So I can totally understand why he stuck around.
Did he
it's
talk
almost
about
like
it later?
he likes he likes the look of it.
I don't know. He likes to look at it. You want to play back that audio again and tell me if it
I'm
sounded
not
in
saying
the
he wants to
moment
get
that he
hit in
liked
the
to look at it?
face, but afterwards he's gonna wear it on his sleeve. You know what I mean?
He may have talked about it afterwards. Lindy Ruff, Sabres head coach, made fun of him in the post-game press conference because he played under Lindy Ruff.
Oh, so he brought it up?
Lindy took a puck to the face a couple weeks ago.
Yeah.
Had to leave for a little while. Rob Ray busted his balls about that, so then Lindy busted Rob's balls about having to get hit in the face with the puck. Again, this is what happens when a former NHL enforcer working between the boards as a color analyst gets hit with a shot in the face on a Saturday at KeyBank Center.
Puck is dropped, and it's 4-0. The opening period, and Razor just took another one. And that was a rocket. Doctors checking Razor out very quickly. That was close to the eye. Rob says, play on, boys. I'll be good for another 2:22.
So the voice you're hearing,
Yeah.
Dan Dunleavy, the play-by-play guy, he's the guy I feel the worst for.
But he's got that thick Canadian accent.
Oh,
man.
yeah, he's Canadian.
That's what you want out of a hockey broadcast.
Do you not watch hockey?
No, I don't.
Okay, so there you go. Let me explain. No, but like he's a full arena away from.
No, he's up top.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like you're calling the game.
Yeah.
You know this is going to be a joke if he's okay, but in the moment you don't know if
True.
he's just
True.
blinded, if he's going to die.
Oh, yeah, true.
Like what the hell are you supposed to do there?
What also sucks about his decision to stick around through now 2 of these incidents, because he's not the only one that does this. There are
there's
other
plenty of
guys,
guys, yeah.
that stand there and women that will stand there in that spot, very susceptible to pucks to the face.
Does it happen a lot?
He's gotten hit twice this year. Lindy
No, I
got
mean,
hit
like
once.
throughout the league.
Yeah, I don't know.
It's a regional sport, so I don't see. I think the reason this went viral is because he dropped an F-bomb live on the air.
okay.
But I just got to think, like, you would feel like you have to stick it out if the guys that had gotten hit before you did, you know?
I'm too old now.
You might feel the pressure.
Because he's a tough guy, fist of the league. Right?
Fist of the league
Fist
is what
of the
they
league.
called it back in the day. Here comes Rob.
Fist of the league.
Fist of the league, Ray.
That's how I would title the tape.
You were saying, I'm sorry.
So, because you said, he doesn't have to play the tough guy anymore.
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
Let's say he comes back.
Yeah.
He's got the helmet with the cage on it.
I'd be fine with that. Totally fine with that.
You would think
actually
he
be
would get
hilarious.
such backlash from being. He went from tough guy
If
to
you
standing there
get
with a
hit
helmet.
twice to the point where you now have scars on your face from it.
But didn't he? He probably played back when he played bareface when he was a kid.
Well, yeah,
Well,
no,
he kid.
bareface. Yeah.
Yeah.
No, he played his whole career bareface.
Yeah, so this guy back when it was. That looks scary now. Like, that looks insane.
That's
As
what
a
I'm saying.
former hockey player probably doesn't scare you, but if you're just a guy that does hockey, like is for a living, you've always been on the broadcast, like I wouldn't blame that guy for doing it.
Well, yeah, but he's not a guy. He's a soft boy.
See, and this is why guys like this keep
I don't
doing
want
it.
I don't want a helmeted Rob Ray.
Because soft ass bitches like you, who would be too afraid to stand there for 3 seconds while
Wouldn't
play
do
this
it.
is happening. Rob Ray's got to be tough away.
I wouldn't sit in certain areas of a rink just afraid I would get popped with a puck.
Okay, well now they have the net
Yeah.
all the way over, so you're not
There
going
are
Run the
still
whole
spots,
thing?
though.
Oh.
Oh, they do have it around the whole thing?
I thought it was just
I think it's just
yeah,
the
it was
ends.
well from bench to bench.
Yeah.
Okay.
You bitch.
Yeah, I don't want to get hit.
Oh no.
It'll
No,
hurt.
I don't know.
I got my nice outfit.
Puck is hit. Bitch has no helmet. Wearing my head looks like a helmet, but I'm a bitch ass bitch.
Ray my face.
Let's take a break. This is a stunning story.
Oh.
Because for years, this restaurant, which we had in Rochester, that did really well until
Yeah.
it didn't, was the beacon of how you sold food. because sex sells.
When they were selling food?
They were selling food with sex.
Sexy food.
No, it wasn't sexy food. They were selling non-sexy food with sex.
Oh.
They have run into some hard times. Like so hard, in fact, they may not exist anymore. And this may say less about this specific restaurant and more about how we buy things. Because can you make the argument sex don't sell no more?
Don't move the merch.
We'll get into it next here in the break room on CMF. Sex sells, Tommy.
Oh, yeah, buddy.
At least that's what we've been told our whole lives.
Mm-hmm.
And it's something. Do you believe it? Do you believe sex sells, Tommy?
Yeah, it's human nature, man.
Well, there could be one thing that sex doesn't sell anymore. Because this once juggernaut business has fallen on hard times. And when it comes to this type of business, we could be at a point where we only need what you're selling me to speak for itself.
Oh.
You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF will jump right into it. Hooters
Yeah.
is on the brink of bankruptcy.
Are you drying up?
Oh.
I mean, business-wise, not coochie-wise.
Over the weekend, Bloomberg reported the financials for the business, Hooters, which has been around 41 years.
It's a long time for them tatas.
Not good, Tommy.
Yeah.
And the company is looking into filing paperwork to protect itself from all the debt that they have accrued over the last couple of years. And it is a far cry from what this company once was.
With the heyday, baby.
Now, here's the thing. It wouldn't affect Rochester in any way. We haven't had a Hooters in like 20 years.
It was the pride of the Jeff at one point. Boys came from all around.
But there was a time.
It was a booby time.
Thank you. Where Hooters was a cultural sensation.
Oh, yeah.
Not only did they have packed restaurants in every top 200 city in America, they branched out to other businesses. They went international with locations in Europe and Asia. They had the Hooters Community Endowment Fund. I'm not making that up. It was a charity run by Hooters. They called it Hootisef.
Okay.
Like UNICEF.
All right.
They were major NASCAR sponsors. The Hooters car was a thing. And the cream of the crop, Hooters Air.
Oh, that's right.
No kidding.
They had their
I remember
that
this.
existed.
From 03 to 06, Hooters ran their own airlines where Hooters girls worked as stewardesses in their Hooters uniforms. And now, after all of that,
Good luck getting down them aisles.
they are holding on for dear life. 252 WCMF 252-9263. Does sex not sell food anymore?
So, I guess, because like Hooters it was weird because when you were in the South, you would see, it was a family restaurant.
Yep.
Even though the big thing was, the girls.
Yes.
But like after church, they had huge business.
Well,
So
yeah.
it was just, but you wouldn't think, because, so does that, So are strip clubs down too?
I don't know. 252 WCMF. I was going to call me. I go to strip club all the time. Nobody's there anymore.
Well, it used to be like high-end strip joints and all that stuff.
I think the strip club is different because you're going.
Well, then you're actually
Customer
seeing more.
base.
Yeah.
No, not
and
that.
It's
idiot.
adult entertainment. I
No,
understand.
no, past
But
that.
the food's still pretty good.
They are selling you sex. They're
Yeah,
not
yeah.
using sex to sell you something else. Hooters was using sex to sell you wings.
Yeah. That's
Look,
a shame.
I mean, here's the thing. Why is it a shame?
Because it was a great place for guys to go. Because you could not go to. You could tell your wife wasn't going to let you go to a strip club, but you could probably get a pass with your boys to go to Hooters. That was kind of the appeal of Hooters.
Okay.
It could be a boys' night out that your old lady would approve of.
A lot of
But you
wives.
could also be sitting next to table with kids at it. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Hey, Steven, turn your head.
But that happened.
Yeah.
But
yeah.
you probably wouldn't see that at night, but you would see that
Okay.
during the day because they were open for lunch.
No, there was.
Oh, they
Okay.
had dinner.
And listen, we used to do those trivia nights there. There wasn't a lot of kids there at night.
I mean, every time I went to Hooters with my dad and my family,
Yeah,
it
but that was every day. By the way, when did your old man buy you Hooters?
Oh no, we would go to that Hooter. I mean, it wasn't like a super regular basis, but yeah, we would go to that Hooters.
All right, how old were you?
Anywhere between like probably 9 and
Yeah,
14.
it's time for a boy to see a little action.
Wow.
Well, your father took you.
Yeah, I love how like all of a sudden you think that makes it a stamp of approval based on no other story I've told on the air before. Look, I don't think my dad's a bad guy for taking me to Hooters.
No, of course not.
I would judge a guy now for taking a 12-year-old boy to Hooters for lunch, I think.
Really?
You
Really?
wouldn't?
No.
Okay, so all right, well,
It's just pretty girls.
pretty good. No, there are pretty girls lots of places. This
Yeah.
is straight up booby and butt,
Yeah. Yeah.
which was the second choice they were going to go with the restaurant.
By the way, they never did update that outfit. It was kind of a weird outfit.
Oh,
Yeah,
you
but
mean
no, it's so-
the
it's-
white snake car climber?
But it's kind of funny though, because if they had stuck with that and I think they have, right? They haven't changed it much. It kind of came back around again.
Yeah, I guess you're right. The one thing that always bothered me were the socks that were pushed down with the sneakers, like that my
With
mom.
the pantyhose on top of it.
Well, you got to keep it all tight. So here's the thing: as we talk about Hooters looking into filing for bankruptcy, we talk about Hooters, but there were other businesses like this. There was Cheerleaders USA, the Tilted Kilt. None of them are around.
We had knockers, legit.
You
Was
still
that
have
a chain?
knockers.
No, it was a local guys trying to jump
okay.
on the bandwagon.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
But what I'm getting at is there are no places like this that
No.
exist anymore, despite the fact that all of them were very popular at a time. And Kimmy, it feels like if the food isn't good,
I was just gonna say, I think we also got pickier about our food, and if I'm gonna go out and spend this money, like I want it, I need like certain criteria to be met. and maybe it just was coming up a little short for people. I don't know.
252-WCMF, 252-9263. Can sex sell you crappy food? And I say crappy. I mean, the Hooters food wasn't bad.
No, it was wings and beer.
Yeah, but, I mean, there's way better wings.
Right. We got real picky about wings, especially here.
They weren't cheap, I know that.
Well, yeah, because you're paying for the hot shorts.
Right.
Yeah, and maybe that novelty kind of wore off.
I don't know. It does, as we talk about, like, the food is better than it was back in the day. Because, I mean, think about it, right? You had chain restaurants everywhere, but they all kind of taste the same.
Yeah. Right.
Like, there's been this push towards, like,
Similar
more local
menus.
stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. As we talk about the change in food and how we look at parents potentially taking their kids, I got to admit, man, it does feel kind of creepy. I don't know how many dads.
Yeah, imagine like taking your daughters there.
I'm not taking my daughters to Hooters. What happened? Hey, whoa.
I don't know. I don't know.
No. You said a second ago
Yeah.
that if I took a 12-year-old boy to Hooters, that would be appropriate.
Yeah.
What if I took my 12-year-old daughter? What?
Well, why not?
Is that appropriate? No, I'm
Yeah.
asking you. Is it inappropriate?
Why is it not appropriate?
So you say it is appropriate.
Yeah.
To take my 12-year-old daughter
Well, what
to a place that is trying to sell me wings based on the female body.
But
You
this-
think that's a good thing to show my
maybe
12-year-old?
maybe it's one of those learning opportunities.
For what kind of lesson?
This is how the world works.
What do you mean?
You want to make money, want to sell them wings, you go,
So I should tell my daughter to use her body.
I didn't say
No,
that.
you exactly said that.
I don't know.
You kind of ran out of words there a second ago.
Well, yeah.
Talks for a living.
I mean, I could say like as an adult woman.
Yeah, you had to be pissed.
When the
Kicking over tables and stuff.
When the tilted kilt was here, it wasn't so much like the uniforms and stuff that made me uncomfortable. It was like those one or two dudes that were there by themselves. And like usually,
he's his producer?
and we also
Why you gotta hurt a guy?
and we know that like bar regulars are already a little creepy on their own, just at any normal bar. But like this place in particular, it just really skeeved me out.
So Hooters did have that element. to
Yeah.
it. So when we used to do that trivia night, there'd be a dude that would show up, and he'd have a box of roses, long stem roses. I don't know what he spent for these, and every girl, he just sat there and gave them roses.
Yeah, like that alone would probably be the most uncomfortable part about it for me.
And other times he'd have like those little heart-shaped candies he'd give them. And he'd just hang out there. He was just, it was like he couldn't afford the strip club.
But that seems more expensive than the strip club.
Oh, yeah.
252-WCMF, again, as we talk about how Hooters is exploring filing for bankruptcy, a far cry from what they once were, a legitimate American business juggernaut, and we're trying to figure out why all of a sudden these things change. You know, better food that we all have access to that tastes better, we care about that more. The fact that maybe this got creepy. It could even be more simple than that.
What's that?
If I'm going to spend my money, I'm going to spend my money on the best that I can afford or the best service. Like, let me ask you a question. Tommy, let's say there's two mechanics in town, and they both charge the same price. One has a top-notch reputation. The other is clearly inferior, but the inferior one will change your oil with women in bikinis.
Ooh.
You going to bikini oil change?
Not anymore.
Would you? I mean, would you go to an inferior place because women were in bikinis?
As a young man, I would have, yeah.
With your car, you idiot?
Yeah. You wouldn't have?
What were you showing off?
Check out my Geo Metro.
No, but they'd be nice to me. They'd be in bikinis. That doesn't happen very often. Like, bikini and politeness usually didn't match up.
No, like, I guess.
But you wouldn't go to that as a kid?
No, because, I mean, I'm investing. This is my car.
Investing.
No,
I
I'm
never thought about
saying.
it. The amount
Like, you
of
actually
stupid
needed-
money I spent on pornography and just chasing women and everything else. Why wouldn't I go to bikini oil change?
Because that's different. Like when you spend that money, you wasted it, but it's gone. It doesn't affect anything else. If I spend money at an inferior mechanic because their breasts are hanging out, now that
you're
affects
broke.
me down the road.
But you don't know they're inferior. You don't really know.
Okay.
You don't know because you haven't
But he's saying you're spending more for that
to see the
aspect
girls.
of it.
Because I remember,
And he's
like
saying
we
you don't
used to
need
have in Florida, we had those girls that sold those. They had those hot carts along the side of the road that sold those hot dogs and stuff. They would wear thongs, and then we had those truck stops in South Florida, in North Florida, that were strip clubs.
Well, I mean,
There were
that's,
20, like all that stuff kind of like worked. So maybe the business did dry up because everybody got smart and realized what a ripoff it was. I mean, to your point, because there was also that bagel donut shop in Lauderdale that was topless.
topless bagels
So
and
when
donuts?
so they it was.
What was it called? Holes?
No, because your mom didn't work there.
You know, Kimmy, that Hooters actually hired Tommy's mom to work there one
Oh,
time.
yeah?
What are you going to try to like
Yeah.
out mom joke
Yeah,
me?
they put Swiffers on her nipples. She cleaned the floor.
My mother had a beautiful rack.
I know. I was.
No, she had one of them sturdy Auburn racks.
But you were saying, I'm sorry.
No, but I'm saying like they had that topless joint in Lauderdale, and it was a smash for a little while.
God, how were men so stupid? I mean, I know we're not super smart now, but I look at your generation and like stories like this make me feel like, okay, we're doing a little bit better. Oh, we'll pay extra money to get a donut from a topless woman.
I guess
I would think you could only get away with stuff like that now, especially in like bigger cities, only because like everywhere you go now, you're gonna run into somebody you know, and there would be certain places you just wouldn't want to be seen going in as a single dude.
And I think you can make that argument for Hooters right now. And again, I'm not trying to sit here and be like, Bible Belt, book thumping.
But they were huge in the Bible Belt.
Yeah, which is also.
I mean, they were
weird.
a Southern company.
I'm not going to judge a guy for walking into a Hooters, but I would understand why someone would. I get or why that person would be worried other people would judge them.
All right. Would you think they're trashy?
No, well, I mean
now.
Trashy is the wrong word.
Like if let's say down the hall, one of the boys just went down to St. Pete Beach.
Yeah.
And he came back and he's going, man, that'd be a good time. Went to that Hooters.
No
Vacation Hooters are different.
Pretty girls, man. Had about 4 or 5 of them frozen drinks.
Let's talk about that, what you just said.
I think vacation Hooters is different than hometown Hooters.
All right.
Why? Am I wrong?
Why?
Because like on vacation, you're just always doing fun stuff,
You're
right?
looking for
Like
a
you're doing
loose
stuff
rack.
out of the norm. Whereas at home, like you made this conscious decision. Like I would think, like vacation Hooters, you're not really going so far out of your way to go
I was
there.
in Daytona, man. Went to Slippery Nips.
Is it?
Seems like it's more of a party.
It is.
Here,
You're relaxed.
Yeah.
Letting your hair down.
No, she's right. When
you
you
got to
have
shovel a walkway to get there.
Can I ask you the other thing that always blew my mind?
What's that?
How come there was never a Hooters style restaurant for women? Like sexy guys that brought them the food they
that
wanted.
has to exist somewhere.
Name it.
Balls. Come on out to Balls, son.
Like there has to be like a shirtless dude restaurant.
Name it.
There wasn't a chain.
I mean, look, Hooters made billions of dollars.
Mhm.
There
Yeah.
are plenty of horny women that love to stare at good-looking guys.
Yeah.
Why did that not happen?
Because women don't care.
No, I mean, bro, we know some horny ass old broads that would have gone. I mean, bro, we used to open for those all male reviews.
Yes.
That's how well our careers were
And
going.
it would get out of control.
They're all
man.
Australian and they're sexy, and I'm
Yeah.
doing
Maybe
dog
we didn't
jokes
have-
up front.
It wouldn't have enough attractive men to pull it off. But you're right. No, there was no. At least there was no chain.
Would it bother husbands if their wives went and got dinner
yeah,
at like
because husbands
giant
are so-
pepperonis?
You know how jealous men are
So
and
they-
possessive.
But you just argued that women that got. I'm sorry, Kim. I don't mean to cut you off. You just argued that guys that would or women that would get weird about their husband going to Hooters were lame. But then you argue if guys were getting upset with women going to giant pepperonis, well, yeah, of course, it's valid. It's valid. Would it bother you? All right. Your wife's going on a trip.
All right.
Say she comes back. She goes, Tommy, you're not going to believe this place.
Right. What happened?
They sold pizza.
Yeah.
And you walk in, and it's these beefcake men, all they all look like Kimmy's husband. They're
Oh, she went to Chisels.
and they're wearing no shirts,
Yeah.
tight black shorts, and you can they got the packages, they got the bulges.
Yeah.
This is my version of your wife. It was like the best time I ever
Yeah.
had. Would it bother you?
No, my age, I care. No, I mean younger person. Would it bother you?
No, I don't think so.
Yeah.
But now I'm thinking about it. No, man.
I don't think women find that appealing.
So
Here comes Vince with your tray. Ah, girls.
Okay, all right. All right. So
One leg up on the chair, nut hanging out. Here's your tray of shots.
Oh, you're talking about SAGs.
So I don't know if these restaurants are still in business or if they were a one-time deal, but Tallywhackers was
That's not the name of it.
Was the male equivalent to Hooters. It says they're chiseled, scantily clad male servers and had a suggestive menu of large hot dogs.
Yeah. I wonder how many locations they had and how long.
Okay, so it started in Texas.
like it should.
And I don't know if it's still around, but they at one point had multiple locations.
In the Dallas Fort Worth area.
Everything's bigger in Texas, buddy.
Oh yes,
including your tallywhacker. 252 WCMF.
We lost bombs at Tallywhackers.
One of my favorite Ribs Arkansas songs.
We lost bomb at Tallywhackers. She ran off with some young cracker.
252 WCMF.
I'm going home.
Again, we're talking Hooters. It looks like they are going to be filing for bankruptcy, and they went from one of the biggest businesses in America, a cultural phenomenon, to no one wanting to look at boobs and eat wings anymore. Pete's got the last word on CMF. Hey, Petey, how are you, buddy? Pete, you there? Hello?
Pete.
Yeah, we lost him. It's all right. Paul's going to get the redemption
Okay.
Instagram message. He writes, and this is a good theory.
Okay.
Hometown Hooters sucks because you may know some of the people who work there.
I mean, maybe in a smaller city like Rochester, but if you were going to Tampa or the bigger cities, no. But here, that would be a possibility.
I don't know, though, man. God forbid, wherever you are, you walk in and the guy working the grill you went to, like, middle school with.
Yeah.
It's not even, like, one of the girls there. Because, like, if it's a girl, it's mutual destruction. You know what I'm saying? Like, yes, I'm a creep,
Yeah.
but you're also working at Hooters, which
Right.
I don't know why. You get what I'm saying.
Yeah.
All right, we got Pete back. Let's see if we'll make it work one more time. Petey, what do you got, buddy?
Are you there this time?
Yeah, go ahead. Oh, my fault. Your phone doesn't work, stupid.
No, it's your phone. Anyways, Tommy's going to laugh his ass off because this actually happened in Dallas-Fort Worth area. So about 10 years ago, we went down to see my brother-in-law in that area, and we went to, the IKEA areas because we didn't have them up in the Rochester area or anywhere near it, and we were hungry. So we decided to go out for lunch, and the first place we saw was called Twin Peaks. Never been in there, and I went with my mother-in-law and my pregnant wife, and Twin Peaks is much more scantily than Hooters.
So it's lingerie women serving you food.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, it was a very awkward lunch.
With your mother-in-law and your pregnant wife?
Yes.
All right, Pete,
no idea why. They were just hungry. They said we.
Okay.
So we got lunch.
Hey, man, pregnant woman wants to eat. You put her down wherever she's going to eat. All right, Pete, let me ask you. You got kids now, right?
Yeah, 2.
Okay, you got a son? Remind me.
Yes.
Okay, how old's your son?
Yeah, 10.
Would you feel comfortable taking your 10-year-old son into a Hooters tomorrow?
No.
Why?
Too young.
What is the appropriate Hooters
I almost
age?
think like the younger the better.
Yeah, they don't. Yeah, there's no.
Yeah.
They don't even get it.
Well, yeah, I guess that could be a good point, but at the same time, 10 years, it all depends on the kid. I mean, if they're asking more questions about certain things, I ain't going to take them in there at 10 years old. No.
15?
15, yeah, I mean, by then they're turning into Tommy anyway, so.
He's got a tingle in them britches.
For God. I got a tingle in the britches is my second favorite.
I got a tingle in my britches for them fine Texas bitches.
For God's sakes, man. Pete, thanks for the call. Have a good rest of the day. Let's take a break.
All right.
No, you know what? This story is directly for you. But here's the thing. I can't kill you. I'm involved in this. Kimmy might be the only one in this room that has absolutely no shot of being diagnosed with this because...
Oh, it's a male thing.
No. Well, kind of.
Oh.
It looks different in women, and fewer women are diagnosed with this.
Oh.
However, kids these days, because now we know what we're looking for, are getting diagnosed
Yeah.
at rates we've never seen before.
So they're finding this thing.
But it was always there. It's hard to explain.
All
I
right.
guess what I'm getting at is you now as an adult have an opportunity to go get checked out to see if things that you have dealt with your entire life means you've always had this.
Oh.
The question is, do you want to know?
Ew.
It's not going to kill you.
Do I have to have it removed?
No.
It just sits there?
Yeah, but it
But
would
I know.
But it would affect having this your entire life would affect everything you
What the
do.
hell is in me?
I'll tell you. Next here in the break room. Let's CMF. this isn't the most surprising story.
Oh.
Because the more we learn about this as time goes on, the more we kind of figure out about ourselves.
Mm-hmm.
But the question here isn't so much, would you treat this if you found out?
Yeah.
It's figuring out if you would even want to know you have it.
Mm-hmm.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock, 96.5. WCMF, just after 8:45, it's official. If they put it out at Costco, they'll sell out of it. Because these are not items you would associate with a big box I'm shopping for value store.
Yeah, because they've been going outside the box for a while now.
Way outside.
Yeah.
And it's kind of going, I know where you're at. That's
All
going
right.
down this road. We'll get to it just after 8:45, 8:50 here in the break room on CMF. So a recent study done by the CDC
What do they say?
says that ADHD has been skyrocketing in adults the last couple of years. Okay, that's the wrong way to put it. Diagnoses for ADHD have been skyrocketing, as in always had it.
I've always had it, but now they can recognize certain signs.
You got it. So, story in the New York Post talks to a woman who brought in her daughter for an ADHD screening. And while sitting with her daughter and they're discussing the evaluation, something clicked with this woman.
What?
All of the things her daughter was experiencing that led to this diagnosis, she also experienced.
Okay.
And she ended up going through the process herself and was diagnosed with ADHD as a 42-year-old woman.
All right.
Now, the docs say that ADHD always starts in childhood. But for about half of the people who have it, they don't realize it until later in life. Half
So
of the
it's
people
just
that
basically paying attention. And your mind drifts. You're all over the place.
it's more complicated.
But
Yeah, I think it affects
basically,
everybody
I can't focus.
Okay.
You interrupt people, even before they get started.
Okay. It is more complicated than that. Because when you make it sound like that, then you get the calls from the guys who are like, "Say, we didn't have ADHD when I was a kid because you just buckled down and made a kid."
And I always thought boys got it more than girls.
So that's the other weird thing. Boys are diagnosed more than girls, but according to experts, there may be just as many girls that have ADHD. It just shows up differently, which makes it harder to diagnose. But again, we're still learning new things about this. So according to this story, 15 million adults, or roughly 1 in 17 Americans, have been diagnosed with ADHD the last few years, and the number keeps going up as adults decide, I'm going to go get checked out. All right. I'm going to ask you a question. Anybody that listens to this show and has ever heard you speak or try to do math or try to have a conversation or try to make a joke or try to put words together into a sentence would think Tommy may have ADD, ADHD.
Oh, I'm sure I've got it.
Okay.
Yeah, and just based on your history in school.
Super dumb. Dumb man.
You even said you had a hard time concentrating.
'Cause he's dumb.
You didn't apply yourself.
And ugly.
Yeah.
But I don't think that has anything to do with ADHD.
You're a pain in the ass. I'm just saying.
That's all you got?
Dresses like a weirdo. Are these numbers that you just heard, 1 in 17 adults have been diagnosed with ADHD the last few years, is that enough for you to go get it checked out and see?
So, like, if I went and got it checked out, would the answer be we'll put you on medication to reduce it, or we just know?
So there's a couple, it's whatever you want to do. There's medication. There are also other things that are outside of medication that apparently can help, or you can just have the diagnosis and keep going about your life.
I don't. No, I don't want to know.
Why don't you want to know?
Because I'm not going to fix it.
Okay.
I'm not going to go on medication at my age to worry about it. So maybe if I was a kid, but at this point, I'm not going to worry about it.
So when you say a kid, how old would your cutoff have been?
I would say your age.
38?
Yeah, because you still got a lot of life left. Not your family in particular, but normal Irish people who are raised on solid food. I would.
For God's sakes!
Man,
Is it 'cause I
helper
called
ain't
you-
solid.
What's that?
Helper ain't solid. No, I would think I however I am, I'm fine with it at this point.
No, I understand that.
But I
get
do.
it.
I have my attention is horrible, even like when I'm just watching things I'm interested in.
Whoa. What do you mean? Like the times we look you in the face, tell you something, 30 seconds later you ask me the same damn question.
My mind does drift
And
quickly.
here's the thing. I bust your balls. I'm in the same boat. I understand. You and I are in the same pirate ship together here. And I get the idea that you're not going to do anything about it, so you don't want to know. However, the phone number being 252-WCMF, 252-9263. Just getting the diagnosis could help you understand yourself
But
more.
I kind of know it's there.
But you're not sure, because we also have a weird way of self-diagnosing ourselves with things when they show up in the news over and over again. It's actually been happening with the autistic spectrum the last couple of years, where
Okay.
people just decide they're autistic with absolutely no...
Just probably based on things they've read
But,
and
like-
seen.
Which again,
They
if it makes...
self-diagnose. You can Google anything, right?
Sure.
There's
But the old partner, his kid had it.
Was ADHD.
Yeah. No.
Was on the spectrum.
Was
yes.
on the spectrum with the autism and stuff. And a lot of the symptoms he would talk about, I go, man, I do that all the time.
Okay.
Like there was about 4 or 5 things going, yep.
But see, here's the thing. And, like, recognizing those things and going and getting checked out for whatever it is, that's one thing. But any medical issue that you start to look into online, that's why WebMD is such a scary
place. You
place.
go down a rabbit hole.
Yeah.
You could diagnose yourself with anything.
Yes.
Yeah.
Right? And then decide this is what I have. But, like, okay, for example.
Better to talk to an expert if you're really curious and want to get to the bottom of it.
Exactly. But, like, for guys of a certain age, men and women of a certain age, we'll use you here as an example as we talk about the skyrocketing diagnoses of ADHD in adults. When you were a kid, they just thought you were stupid.
Yeah.
When I was a kid, they just looked at you as hyper. And I was coming of age right around, like when I was in high school, ADHD really started to become a word you would hear.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it could give you peace of mind, Tommy, that you weren't a monster or a dumb kid. There were other things going on.
It would do that. I will say this. So back when I was a kid, I knew a lot of kids that stuttered a lot.
Okay.
And I don't think they did it. And I think they worked with those kids over a period of time where I don't see it anymore. Not that I see many people, but I don't see stuttering as an issue.
That's
as it was.
Great point, yeah.
Man, it was like massive when I was in school. I know those kids got teased, but like they fixed that. Your mom did speech therapy, right?
No, she's sign language.
But
it's the opposite of that, actually.
Oh, then she got fired.
Why is that?
Why was she doing that when she's supposed to be doing speech therapy?
You literally could not have picked something more the opposite of speech
I
therapy.
thought she did speech therapy.
Sign language interpretation.
All right.
But your point is,
they kind of fixed it.
Kids start to learn how to cope with it so young that by the
They
time they
worked
get
with
to
them.
school,
Yeah.
Language, yes.
Yes.
I mean,
And
language
a lot of it was
therapy.
like nerves and stuff like that to calm down. And
they get to the bottom of it.
But there was like exercises they could do, and they kind of fixed it, I think.
No, I know what you mean. It doesn't seem like there are as many stutterers today as there used to be, and there are ways to go about it.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't know. Like, I mean, it's funny, like, as you do this side by side, right? Like, you could get peace of mind, Tommy. I could get peace of mind.
Yeah, maybe they could fix you.
Okay, but even if you don't want to, if you've made it this far and you're okay with where you are in life,
Right.
maybe you don't. You say fix. What is fix?
Well, because like you could learn like techniques to focus and to calm down and to not rush yourself.
Sure.
Because that's a lot of people that have a disorder like that. You're rushing to the next thing. You're looking beyond whatever is going on in front of you.
I get what you're saying, but even just knowing, there could be a dark side to this too. Like, if I get diagnosed with ADD, ADHD, whatever, as an adult, what if you knew back in the day? What could have changed in your life? Like, what could I have accomplished?
Boy, I could have done better in school for sure.
You could have been a contender, Tommy.
Yeah, I could have done gooder.
Like, that would be haunting, knowing that this was a thing the entire time.
Yeah.
I was given up on by a bunch of people.
But they also didn't know back then.
I'm not saying it's their fault.
Yeah, I mean, I
Right.
can't really hold their feet to the fire.
But, I mean, like, if you were a kid today as opposed to a kid in the 1950s and 60s,
Yeah.
right? I mean,
But that kid, you could probably help.
but your life would have been different,
Oh, sure.
right?
Could have been a contender.
Because, I mean, and again, like,
Could have spelled contender.
I literally just said could have been a contender. Like, this is my point.
Oh. You got a good show.
Okay, thank you.
What's the start?
I could see if you
Two guys with ADHD trying to do a radio show together. Go ahead, Kimmy. I'm sorry.
I could see like if you always kind of felt like there were signs there that maybe they missed something when you were a kid and wanting to know that as an adult, especially if you have kids or plan on having kids, because then if you see those signs in your kids too, like you know that maybe you should get them some help with it.
He might have the gene.
Well, is
know?
is ADHD genetic?
I don't know,
You
but
wanna-
I'm just saying, even if
Okay.
even if you saw those signs in your kid, though, you know what I mean. Like you would know how to help them because you would also know that I had that too.
Yeah, drive down to
Yeah.
the institute, drop them off.
The institute. Again, this isn't like a it's
No,
a,
good, nice institute.
no,
nice.
it's a medical diagnosis, but this isn't something that you're gonna die from.
No, but
Yes,
they could examine you.
It has a strong genetic component.
No kidding.
ADHD.
Oh,
That makes sense.
so you hand it down.
Thank you. Bones writes us on Instagram.
Could have
Someone
been a
should-
contender.
Someone should slip some Adderall in Tommy's coffee and see what happens.
And what does Adderall do?
Helps you focus.
Oh,
Like there are people that don't have anything that would take Adderall in college, and they
Yeah,
help them
It's
study.
it
It's
actually
intense.
became a problem for some people.
yes,
Yeah.
a big problem.
Yeah.
Big old problem.
Oh,
I don't know. Look, I'm kind of with you here. Like when maybe you get to a certain age where some things are better.
yeah. I'm not gonna. Yeah.
Because my parents never looked into this, but at the same time, the jobs we went into it benefited us
Yeah.
between comedy and radio. Like, our minds being all over the place makes this show what this show is.
But my parents could have had it too, and they go, well, that's how people are.
Exactly.
Yeah.
But I guess what I'm getting at is by not finding out whatever it is was an issue, or them not living in a time where it may have put you in a position you would not have been in.
True.
Maybe.
Yeah.
I don't know how to come down on this.
But it could have made daily life a lot easier.
Yeah, I don't know. Like, what if we were both working at NASA together, doing the creep cap there?
That'd be some fireworks. And I mean literally. Fireworks. Very expensive fireworks.
I mean, it is interesting to watch how Kimmy handles being in a room with the two of us, assuming both of us have this and have never been diagnosed. Because, like, it's like watching a normal adult handle two wild kids at all times.
Yeah.
Not only on the air, but off the air. Because we'll be going off with each other back and forth. We'll turn to Kimmy and be like, right? And she's looking at us like, shut up. I don't care anymore.
Yeah, I'm on to something else. I'm out of this conversation.
She's literally said that. I'm not listening to you.
I know.
She'll look us in the face. I'm like, just.
Well, you guys go back and forth for a while. I get lost.
We're having fun.
You don't care.
No, I
You don't care about
I'm
us.
letting you guys have your fun over there.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah,
You're
wow.
welcome.
Mom.
Monitoring.
Let the idiot boys do their idiot talk.
Let me know if you need me.
All right, let's take a break. It's official, man.
What happened?
If you put it out at Costco, people will buy
Well, what
it.
am I getting now?
Well, look, here's the thing.
Because they had some pretty cool stuff.
Costco exists because it's a place for you to go and save money.
And you stock up.
You got it. Like, you buy in bulk, it saves you cash, and the argument to get a Costco membership is, yes, I'm paying a little bit up front, but I will multiply savings for years and years and years. So because of that, how you can get away with not only selling luxury goods, but selling them at the clip they are at, because we know they sold gold and silver.
And they sold out pretty quick.
Immediately.
Yeah.
Wait till you hear about the new stuff they are offering at Costco's across the country.
You get rich.
No. What?
Or a go-kart.
Next, here in the break room. Let's WCMF. These two things don't go together.
Oh.
Because, like, I understand why, like, seeing something you never see on a regular basis would bring you into a place like this.
Okay.
But the fact that they can't keep any of this stuff in stock does not line up with their business plans.
So what are they doing?
Well, you're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock, 96.5. WCMF. The big box store is more popular. Let me try this again. Membership big box store is more popular in America than it's ever been. Places like BJ's and Costco.
Yeah.
And we're going to talk about Costco specifically.
What happened?
Well, the idea behind Costco is I'm going to pay a small fee annually, and I'm going to buy all of my food in bulk, and I am going to save a ton of money by doing that.
Stock up.
You got it. Costco is for the large family, budget-conscious people.
Hoarder.
You go to BJ's.
Ender life.
Ender lifer?
Ender lifer.
Ender lifer. Sounds like a town in Scotland.
Doomsday shopping.
Okay. Do you or do you not have a BJ's membership?
We do have a BJ's.
Do you shop at BJ's?
Yes, we do.
Are you a doomsdayer?
I like to be prepared, Patrick.
Okay. Costco.
If COVID taught us anything, you don't want to be out of mayonnaise.
A couple of years ago, Costco decided to start trying to sell more high-end things.
Yeah.
For example, they began with selling vacations on their website, and it went really, really well. They then, in some markets that had Major League Sports, started selling game tickets in Costco, where you could walk up to like a shelf and grab tickets to like a Kings game or something like that. And that went really well. And the story we remember the most, Costco started selling gold and silver bars.
Gold!
And they sold out immediately. Yeah. And they've done this
So you were walking out with physical gold.
Yeah.
So it was only available on their website.
Right, but you held it.
Yes,
Yeah.
they would send you bars of gold. And by the way,
By bar, you mean like a tiny little thing?
yes, it looked
Well,
like
I think it was an ounce.
It was like half a graham cracker,
Yeah.
so it wasn't
Yeah.
like the big old bar you're thinking of. But they could not keep these things in stock. So Costco has decided to start going down the road of selling super elite, high-end, expensive items.
So what we got now?
So does Costco have a jewelry department, or am I thinking of a different?
I think they do.
Yeah, because they sold
'Cause they
high.
you can buy like engagement rings there and stuff, right?
Yeah, but you got to buy 5. Perfect for you.
or or my sister. No, but I remember they sold pretty high-end jewelry because they had some on display that was like 6 figures when I went to the one here in town.
Damn.
That they had it on display. when they
6
first,
figures?
That's
yeah.
insane.
Costco has made headlines this week
What we getting now?
after shoppers took pictures of some stores selling bottles of Dom Perignon.
So high-end
Oh.
champagne.
Super high-end champagne, like the
Yeah, that's-
one you think of when you think of high-end champagne.
So it's
have
like the
it-
Stones must shop there.
Well, I mean, it does make sense, Kimmy, because like all the rappers from the early 2000s would now be old enough to get Costco membership.
It makes everybody's aging into that. But
See
do they have
Fabulous buying Dom?
it like locked up, or is it?
No,
one
it's
of
just
those-
out.
Okay.
It's out. It was just funny because when you go to the
Wait,
liquor
he's just
store,
sitting on
it
the
would be
shelf?
like-
I'll show you the
yeah.
picture, man. It is sitting out on the shelf, available for you to grab.
So that's like $300 a bottle, something like that?
Costco was selling the bottles, and I don't know what
Is
the
it like
vintage
an extra large bottle?
is. Yeah, it looked normal.
With the
Okay.
big gulp.
Their bottles of Dom, they're selling $115.99.
Okay.
But it doesn't end there. Costco has started selling and has sold out of Rolex watches at
Oh.
some locations.
Like the Timex display
I guess.
back in the day?
But except now it's the Rolex.
So Rolex goes for what, 10G?
It all depends, yeah. Well, here's the thing. I don't know if they're selling new Rolexes because, for those who don't know, Rolex, you have to have an exclusive like deal with Rolex to sell a Rolex out of your store.
So today you think they got to deal with them, or you think they're selling?
I doubt it because Rolex is pretty exclusive. They could be selling pre-owned Rolexes if they're
Okay.
buying from other sources.
All right. But you could get a legitimate Rolex.
And they sold out of them. One Costco in Seattle partnered with a Porsche dealership.
You buy a horse?
Porsche.
Oh.
Jesus.
Well, then you said horse.
Porsche. They allowed the dealership to put the cars on the sales floor inside of the store,
Damn.
and they sold them out in a week.
Do you think that was an impulse buy?
I
for
hope so. I
people?
hope the conversation was, hey, honey, are we running low on sports cars at the house?
'Cause I
Yeah,
always
get
wondered-
2. Your brother's coming.
Because I always wondered with some of those big ticket items they have on display, like you brought up the go karts and like
Yeah.
trampolines. And
I didn't
stuff
think
like
anybody
that.
bought them.
I always wondered, like, was that just something somebody walked in and said, "Gotta have that," or did they scope that out first and thought about it?
My dad did nothing but impulse buy at Sam's Club, like ridiculously stupid things. So I'm going to say those are impulse buys, but the Porsche and the Rolex can't be. You're not
No,
going to impulse
those
buy
are- yeah.
$10,000. The Dom, maybe $115 for a certain
True.
segment of the population.
Would you brag, though, like if somebody broke out a high-end bottle of champagne for a special occasion, 50th wedding anniversary?
Okay.
you want to say, oh, I had to go to an exclusive place to get this? Or, just picked it up down at BJ's.
That's a really interesting
Because
question.
if you had a Rolex,
Yeah.
it's less impressive if you got it at a big box store or if you had to drive to Toronto to some special jewelry
Yeah.
store to score a Rolex. I would lie.
Even
but-
with
If I'm buying
even
that
with
stuff,
liquor?
I'm lying. What's that?
Even with liquor?
Yeah, I'm going to lie.
Well, no, but
No, I'm asking, like, you think where that comes from matters, or does the label matter more?
I think where it comes from does matter to some people. But you have two arguments that people are eternally
Because
fighting.
they're high-end luxury items.
And you're right. You would want people to think you're of some upper crust. I mean,
Yeah,
look,
you can't get it here.
But at the same time, and you know this, people love bragging about getting a deal.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So if you were able to score a $200 bottle of Dom for $115,
Right.
I could also see people bragging about getting
Yeah.
it at Costco. Which, by the way, has to hurt the exclusivity of something like a bottle of Dom Perignon.
Yeah.
Because if now, Pam in Alabama is going down to Costco to buy a bottle of Dam for their red, white, and blue cookout this weekend, it's not as high end, right?
Okay, yeah.
Maybe?
yeah.
Oh.
I guess.
But it's not like you can't find it. It's not so exclusive that it's hard to get your hands on. Like, you could find it if you wanted to.
But if you walk into a liquor store, you have to ask someone to go get a key, unlock
Yeah.
a case, and
Yeah,
bring
they
it
got to
out.
go
But
get
it's
it for
there.
you.
You're not even allowed to touch it.
Yeah, you're
Hell,
not pulling it off the shelf.
You're not allowed within 10 feet of it because it's
said
behind the counter.
It shouldn't be displayed like Snapple.
252 WCMF.
I got me some
I think I'm-
raspberry Dom Perignon, man. It's pretty good.
I think if it was seen as something as super rare, it would be less impressive.
I always looked at Dom as super rare.
Okay.
Rolex the same way,
Yeah.
man.
I mean, I'm not a champagne drinker, so I don't know. Maybe
that
I
was
was
something the Stones drank after a show.
Yeah, yeah. Sprayed it on themselves, and then they got in trouble because the wife of the mayor of Toronto was all up doing coke with them or something. I don't know. I forget the story, but you can Google it yourself. 252 WCMF. After selling out of gold bars and silver bars, along with selling high-end vacations online, Costco has furthered their high-end merchandise game. They are selling $115 bottles of Dom Perignon in some stores. They have been selling out of Rolex watches at some locations, and one Costco in Seattle partnered with a Porsche dealership, allowed them to put the cars on the sales floor inside of the store, and they sold out of those Porsches inside a Costco in a week. The other thing, too, I always assume, because I am a Costco member,
Yeah.
I always assume when I buy something from Costco, I'm getting a deal. I never do the math.
Yeah.
I just trust them.
Well,
Yeah.
because they deal in bulk stuff, so you think they're getting a discount.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, that also makes me an idiot for just
But
blindly
you never
trusting a
actually do the
corporation.
math.
True, true.
Yeah.
Okay, but how can you be sure that you're getting a deal buying a Rolex, a bottle of champagne, or a Porsche?
Well, I guess you
Well,
could research it, right?
yeah.
Like you could pull up online. You can go to a Rolex website and see what they're going for and see if you're getting.
I don't
a deal.
know if you can. I don't know if you can go look what a Rolex watch costs.
But you could go to the champagne. You could go to Century Wine right now and see what they're selling a bottle of Dom for.
But here's the thing: I don't even know if I'm getting that. Like, is this a lower end version for regular dopes like me?
Oh, it's like low Dom.
I don't know. It's like I guess
I think we opened for him.
low Dom. No, it's up high shelf, a part of the roof where they got. You know how they sell those bottles of Fireball in gas stations?
Yeah, yeah.
That's not Fireball.
Oh,
That's
it
not
isn't?
real Fireball. It's a malt liquor that tastes kind of like
Oh.
Fireball. That's what I would be worried I'd be
That
getting.
you're getting a lower brand.
I
But
mean,
I
how are you
guess,
selling me this for $115?
But I guess with that kind of stuff, you have an idea of what it should cost. Whereas if you're buying other stuff at Costco that's not the name brand stuff, but it's cheaper. I don't know what that brand's supposed to cost normally.
Okay.
So I don't know if I'm getting a good deal. Whereas you kind of know what a Porsche would go for.
I have no idea what a Porsche.
Well, but you could look it up.
Okay.
You might not have it off the top of your head. I'm saying you could find that information and compare.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I think they're about $14,000-$15,000.
15 for a Porsche?
yeah,
What do you get now?
Well,
Saturn Porsche?
Oh, it runs on kerosene. It's pretty good though.
I'm kind of now. You know what's funny about these stories? And
What?
I'm such a sucker for it too. Now I want to go to Costco to see what high-end stuff they're selling here in Rochester.
But my old man would be buying this stuff.
He'd buy a Rolex out of a Costco.
But he wouldn't. But if he thought if you told him well, it's not the same, he'd still buy it and brag about it.
Okay. Maybe that's what it is. Maybe Costco is preying on our braggadociousness.
Yeah, you want the
That's-
brand name.
Okay. But again, once that Dom's gone, it's over.
Yeah.
I mean, the Rolex, I guess, has a longer shelf life, but that's going to cost you $10,000, $12,000.
Yeah, but you can buy another bottle of Dom, right? Try all the flavors.
Dom
Try,
Light.
try the watermelon. Try the bubble gum.
I will say this.
What?
If I buy a Porsche that is on the floor of a Costco,
Hmm.
there is no more anxious a moment than watching them try to get that Porsche
Drive
out
it
of the
out.
Costco. Because they would have to get it out somehow.
And where do I get it serviced? Because
Oh, Costco, they have a tire.
Costco.
They got a tire place there. Get them fine Costco tires on my Porsche. All right, let's take a break. Being a parent is hard.
oh, it's terrible.
Anybody that's ever done it, and I don't mean hard as in like taxing. I mean knowing what to do.
Yeah.
Knowing how to be a good parent. And anyone that has ever raised kids will tell you, if they're honest with themselves, that they have made mistakes. There are things they regret. And there are things they did not know before they jumped into
Oh.
it. Which brings us to an event happening just east of us.
What happened?
Well, if you have questions about what it takes to be a good parent, they are here to answer those questions. In
You
fact,
got parenting seminar?
yeah,
Oh.
it's more than a seminar. It's like a weekly thing.
I got to go every week?
If we know as parents that parenting is hard, and if we can admit that there are things we don't understand, why are so many folks that are raising, will be raising, and have raised kids look at this? Why will they look at this and go, who's this for? And we'll get into it next here at the break room. Let's see you, It's a question without a right answer.
Oh.
What makes someone a good parent? And even more complicated, potentially, Tommy, how do you learn to be a good parent?
I don't know. You'd think by now they'd have it down.
Okay, well, that's just it. There is something coming up, at least according to the people running it,
Okay.
that will give you the parenting skills you need to ensure you are raising your kids the right way. But how many parents think they need it? Even though you can't really say why you don't. You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5, WCMF, just after 9:30. There was a major event, Kimmy, that popped up out of nowhere last night on ESPN, Hulu, all of these Disney-owned things. Did you guys see this?
An event?
It was a fundraiser for the wildfires in California, and it was star-studded. You guys didn't see anything?
No.
Well, it was all their homes. Save my porch.
They played a hockey game in the Staples Center.
That doesn't make any sense.
We'll get into it. I'll tell you all about it because I'm the biggest hockey fan in the world.
Yeah.
All of a sudden, this just appeared on Saturday.
It's also a mixed message. I mean, you got ice.
Do we want to watch celebrities play sports anymore? We'll get into it.
Well, but that used to be a big thing when I was a kid.
Huge thing.
Battle of the Network Stars.
Thank you.
I want to see Ed Asner in really tight shorts doing tug of war. That's a thing you could pull up on YouTube.
What, are you going to touch yourself and look
Bro,
at it?
it is the most awkward thing to watch.
He has no idea who Ed Asner is.
Yeah, but you've seen many Ed Asners.
Probably.
We'll get to that. Just not Ed Asner, the other thing.
Yeah.
Just after 9:30 here in the break room on CMF. Attention, all you moms and dads. There is something out in Canandaigua just for you.
So what are they going on?
Starting March 4th, the Cornell Cooperative from the college. Ever heard of it?
Yeah, top shelf.
They're offering a free parenting skills workshop.
Oh.
So it's 8 weekly 2-hour sessions. And it says here, it'll teach key techniques to help parents handle the challenges of raising kids effectively. 5, count them, 5 essential skills. You ready?
Yeah.
1, encouragement. 2, can do. 3, choices. 4, self-control. 5, respect and feeling.
Okay, very good, very good, very good.
And as if the cherry on top of the sundae couldn't get any better, they are also offering free child care if you have kids between 6 and 12 years old. So you can go drop the kids off for 2 hours, go to this
focus.
You got
focus.
it. Yeah.
Because that was one of the things.
Yes. And Tommy, you would have to believe that parents who can hear us right now are rushing to the internet
absolutely.
to sign themselves
Yes.
up. All right, let me ask you a question.
Yes.
Of the parents in the greater Rochester area, give me a percentage, people currently or about to start raising kids, of parents that would be interested in taking a class
They
like
think that they lack parental skills.
Well, not that they.
Well, that's why you'll be going to this.
Well, you could brush up or learn things you never knew.
Okay.
What? Give me a percentage.
Low.
Well, what's low?
What's 0? Is 0 a percentage?
Yes.
Yeah.
You didn't know any parents, though, that, like, from the start they did everything, like, by the book and did their research. Whether or not it worked or whether or not they stuck to it, like, I do remember some, especially, like, moms, I don't know if they were taking classes necessarily, but they were reading all the books. They were looking up all the information to make sure they had it right.
What's funny about those books, I mean, every 10 years they all get completely...
Yeah, this was completely
but this
wrong.
could be one of those things, too. You know
was
what
it
I mean?
Dr. Spock was the original
Yes, yeah,
one?
Dr. Spock.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then they debunk that. Then another doctor shows up. Dr. Joy's brother shows up.
I don't think Dr. Joyce Brothers was doing baby stuff.
Yeah, I think she did everything.
I thought she was straight up human sexuality.
That's Dr. Ruth.
Yeah, but when they got together...
Sparks of fire, baby. But I don't think most people think...
Where's Ruth? Check Joyce. Sorry, go ahead.
Oh, they were into that? I don't know.
What do you think I was implying, man?
I don't know.
Sexual lesbian relationship between Dr. Joyce Brothers and Dr.
On the Johnny Carson show.
Weird, wild stuff. God, our show sucks. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, but I just don't think most people see themselves as bad parents or want to admit it. And I always figure, like, because I've got it in my family, when they finally admitted it, it was way too late. Like, that horse was gone. That kid was gone.
First of all, terrible thing to say about your sister, that horse has left the stable. Second of all, no, you're right, but it's easy to look back and, if you want to admit it, say you made some mistakes because now you're seeing the sum of your work.
Yeah.
Right? Okay. So you say 0% of parents would want to take this. Do you think it would be a higher percentage if someone was suggested, like, hey, maybe you should go check this out? A parent would be offended.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Oh, yeah, it's got to come from within. I don't
Yeah,
think,
no,
I don't think
I
you're
will-
going because
Yeah.
somebody suggested it for you.
Okay.
Yeah,
Or
hey,
unless they
you
went
suck,
to.
Terry. Go get some skills.
All right. So if you would be, as a parent,
Mm-hmm.
offended by the idea that taking a parenting class would be a bright move. I have one simple question.
Yeah.
Why? 252-WCMF. Why would you be offended that taking a parenting class would be a good idea? And I think it leads us to a bigger question.
Okay.
I'm sorry. 252-WCMF, 252-9263. Where do you learn to be a good parent? If you're a mom, if you're a dad, if you think you're doing or did a great job raising their kids, where did you learn how to do it?
Well, I'm going to say most people are going to look at their own family.
Okay, well, that's a
Family
terrible
history.
way to do it.
Right,
Well,
that's
I think
why.
you learn what
yes.
not to do from your own
Yeah,
family.
I
for
look.
most
Yeah,
people.
either way, that's true.
Yeah.
I don't want to be like my. I went the opposite of my parents.
Okay.
You could take the good and the bad, but you're probably going to focus more on the bad or the things that you saw that maybe you would definitely change today. Were probably normal at the time, but can't do anymore.
Sure, and again, this is a complicated shades
Yeah,
of gray discussion, but at the same time, I'm going to get rid of the bad and take the good. Well, if you only have one experience as a child being raised by people, how do you know if the good is even good? Do you get what I'm saying? How do you know there isn't better in a situation that you have no idea about?
All right.
I mean, look, let's go down this road of mom and dad being the biggest influence.
All right.
Even if you had the greatest parents in the world, which there are some people that believe they
Oh
did.
yeah.
Every generation is different, and it's been that way since the beginning of time. So with very few exceptions, you are not going to raise your kids the same way your parents raised you without making a ton of mistakes.
You're going to make new mistakes. Well, hopefully they're not as tragic as the last generation.
But you don't know.
You don't. But
right?
it always amazes me that you can see a family where same environment, two different kids, right? Like one kid phenomenal, one kid completely off the rails.
Yeah.
Same house, same rules, same thing, but you see that.
I was going to say something, but now I can't say it
Why?
because of what you said at the end. Well, no. When you talk about different kids,
Yeah.
you could go with the whole success, not a success. You can also go with personalities. Because my two daughters at 14 and 12
Yeah.
could not be the more opposite of each other.
And their personality.
In their personalities, everything they do, their activities,
Into
school,
different things.
everything, all of these things, the way
Yeah.
they handle, like with their friends and things,
Yeah.
like they were raised in the same environment
Yeah.
by the same people at relatively around the same time, and they could not be more different.
Which makes it even more difficult because, like, you could take those rules from these seminars and apply it to those two kids, but it's not going to hit the same. If one kid's got an A personality and one kid's got a B personality, I think you've got to adjust that to their personalities more than just coming in hard like these are the rules.
Let's go further. Where do those personalities come from? Were they born with those personalities? Is there something I did early on with my oldest daughter different than my youngest?
Or is
Well,
it
did-
the interaction between each other that also kind of formed their own separate personality? You know what I mean? Because
It's such a
you see the
crapshoot.
faults in your siblings as much as you do your parents.
You're right, but here's the thing. The fact that we have none of the answers to these questions would lead me to believe that maybe going to a class that would help you be a better parent is a good idea.
I don't think it is.
Why?
Because I don't think you can apply general rules to multiple kids. It doesn't work.
But it may not be like do it this way and only this way. It could just be simply helping guide certain things. Like
Like
it may not be
situations?
giving such strict rules on do this, this, and this step by step. It could be more of a guiding thing for parents in certain situations.
It seems to me if you go to something like this, they're going to teach you the obvious. Like you already know these things.
You don't know what you don't know.
Yeah, but they don't know what I don't know.
Oh, no. Looking at you, they know what you
They
don't know.
don't
It's called,
know.
they open up this big book called Everything.
You also
I'm not
may
in class. I'm leaving.
have a great plan in place and take all this advice, and then somebody else is watching your kid a lot of the time, like grandma and grandpa.
Yeah.
How about
an
school?
aunt or school, and
What about the teachers? Making all this money in the summertime, not doing anything.
Government.
and that advice might go down the drain if you aren't the only one really parenting your kid.
Understood, but you can only control what you can control.
Right.
All right. I do find it interesting, Kimmy, that as we're having this discussion, again, the Cornell Cooperative will be offering parenting skills workshops. It's an 8-week, 2-hour each session thing, right? For folks that would like to brush up or learn what parenting
Skills.
Yeah, you got it. And they said, again, 5 essential skills: encouragement, can-do, choices, self-control, and respecting feelings, all things that you can go and sit in and talk about and hear what they have to say to make you a good parent. And we're asking where, how, who taught you how to be a good parent? You sit here, Tommy, and you have criticized almost on a daily basis the way that your mother and father raised you.
Oh, yeah.
You think that they are terrible. They were terrible parents.
But they thought they were great.
Understood, but you thought they were terrible.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, look at the results. Look at the fruit they bore.
On top of that, you never have raised a child.
No.
And you will never raise a child.
Nope.
And America thanks you for that.
Oh, you're welcome.
But what I'm getting at, Kimmy, is he agrees that his parents were terrible parents. He has no experience raising children. And even you were sitting here going, oh, what good is this class going to do?
So let me ask you this. Do you think if your father went to one of these classes, it would have helped him?
It wouldn't hurt.
Well, no, I don't know. He's pretty close-minded about stuff. Well, you know what? I take that back. That's unfair. I don't know.
Because I know my father, it wouldn't have helped. Like, first of all, there's no way my father could teach me about self-control. The man had no self-control. It wasn't in his DNA.
That's a great point.
What, he could teach it?
I said, those who can't do, teach.
Yeah, but he couldn't.
Oh, checkmate, bitch.
I can't. I don't think you could live in a house full of no self-control and him walking around. You gotta control, everything in moderation.
Look, I understand where you're coming from there. I don't disagree with you. I'll go even further. I'm on the fence of this, too. I don't know if going to a parenting class for 8 weeks does anything to make you a better parent. But it's just the idea, the arrogance we all have of, like, I don't need this. Where'd you learn how to be a parent? I'm just kind of figuring it out. Because that's what we're doing.
Trial and error.
But here's the thing, man. You get one shot
at
each kid, right? This ain't, okay, hey, we really screwed up Claire back there. Let's reverse it, delete it, and try it again.
So do you think it would be better, at least, if you were going to take these seminars, to do it before you had children? So you set the standards early instead of waiting to the kids 8, 10, 15 to go, oh, maybe I should dial it. Because it sounds like by then it's kind of too late to fix the problem.
It would be harder to all of a sudden change everything you're doing. And most of the people I know that did really put the time and effort into parenting research, it was before they had their first kid.
Yeah.
So,
which makes sense.
Yeah. So I don't know how much of it was applied, but I think like that's when it was probably the most helpful for people.
But here's the thing. I mean, I get where you're coming from, and that makes the most sense. And from front to end, blah, blah, blah. First of all, you do risk that when your kid's 15, that everything you learned has been completely debunked. The second thing is, I mean, you shouldn't poo-poo the idea of learning something new along the way. And going to your kids and saying, look, hey, I mean, how do you feel about this?
But I always figure life kind of presents those obstacles naturally where you have to make those adjustments. Like the sitting in a class may or may not help you.
Okay. But you're also assuming people adjust to those obstacles that show up. Some people just run right through the obstacles.
But they may do that anyway.
I agree with you.
You know what I mean?
But like I said, that's why in the beginning of this is a question without an answer. What makes you a good parent? Where do you learn to be a good parent? There is no answer to that, because if there was, everyone that was having a kid would go take that class, read that book, figure that out.
And there's also a shame, I would think, of going to these classes if people found out.
Now you nailed that.
Yeah, they need help. I knew it. Bad kid.
Yeah, it's because
too late.
But idiots like you think anyone that asks for help is weak.
Too late. Weak. But that's most people.
It's you.
I'm most people.
No, you're not most. You are nothing like most people ever in the world. Sorry, Kim, you were saying.
The one drawback to potentially knowing somebody who went and took all these classes and did it all would be there are certain people that would feel like they have to push that knowledge onto you too.
Oh,
so
share. No, they share it with you.
Well, share it with you.
You know what I would do? I went to
give
this
unsolicited advice a lot because they're going to probably judge everything you're doing as a parent because they feel like they know the right way to do it.
You know what works for me? It really opened up my mind.
And that's the last person you want to hear it from.
You're going to get that dick.
But I love how you guys are saying this. Like parents that have never taken a class ever won't look you in the face and
but
tell
now
you how
they're
you're
even more emboldened because they feel like they're certified parent.
You're wrong about that. Every parent thinks they're certified.
Yeah, but I got a piece of paper. I went down to Canada, I put in the work, man.
He's pointing at me. He's getting actually physically angry
with me.
I
think
me.
Pointing is one of the they say kids like to be pointed at and scolded.
So as we talk about where you learn to be a mom or a dad, parent, right? Parents, your own parents, huge influence, right? We talked about maybe potentially taking this class. There is another major influence that has shown up the last couple of years.
The Cosby Show.
No. God, no. And Kimmy, you can back me up on this. Mommy blogs.
Oh, you just go online and see what moms
it's beyond
are going
the blogs.
It's Instagram, TikTok. Yeah.
It started with the blogs, and people moved on to
I thought they were
things.
still used as mom, like that term. Parents in the middle.
Yeah, I know what you're saying. Mom,
so
I think they're called
influencers,
mom
things like
influencers.
Momfluencers, yes.
Momfluencers.
Okay. So parents in the middle of being parents telling you what you should do.
And they're not experts. These
No.
are just people that just have a camera.
Yeah, and they decided they know what they're talking about. And you see, and Kimmy, you've seen these videos, these good-looking people with lots of money,
Yes.
beautiful homes, well-behaved children.
How easy it is.
It sucks a lot of people in. And there's nothing suspicious about that at all, right? These people that are making money from presenting their
Yes.
perfect families and then telling you how to raise your kids.
No, we've seen some of those stories go bad.
But Kimmy, these mommy and daddy bloggers have a massive influence on
Yeah,
a lot
they
of
really
people
do.
in this
Because
country.
they show
Yeah.
it all the beautiful life, to your point.
Yes, and I don't know about you, but I've seen, Kimmy, people change how they raise their kids because of what some stranger on Instagram told
Yep,
them to
it's
do.
alarming. And it's alarming, too, when you think. When you see a friend that you didn't think would become that person.
Well, you got somebody that does it?
Oh, everybody does right
I think it's way more common than
Oh.
you think.
No, she's absolutely right. Everybody listening, if you are of childbearing, child-raising age,
Yeah.
knows somebody that went down this rabbit hole
Yeah,
of mom influencers.
and like a deep rabbit hole.
And you may even know one that's trying to become a mom influencer or
Yeah.
a dad influencer.
Like this is somebody that if you're throwing a party for your kid, you have to prepare for this mom and her children to come because they're going to make specific requests based on what they saw on social media.
You know, sometimes about learning how to be a good parent,
Yeah.
it can be as simple as subtracting what you didn't like. Like, for example, most of our parents had their good and their bad.
Yeah.
And there are things that they instilled in you that made you a good, kind-hearted person. And there are things they did that effed you up. So maybe, as we were kind of talking about before,
Yeah.
learning to be a good parent is just as simple as getting rid of the things that effed you up when you were a kid.
Okay.
But then there are going to be mistakes because, like, as parents, we all unknowingly do damage to our kids that we're only going to figure out, like you said earlier,
Yeah.
when the kids are 25, 30. And there may even be a time where your adult kid looks you in the face, where you respect their opinion at this point, and tell you what that thing was.
Yeah.
And I think that parents of today's generation are going to have to answer for this way more than our parents did. Because if I went and said something to my mom or dad, they're just going to say, that's how it was.
Yeah.
Where we're not going to get to have that response 20, 30 years from now because the information was everywhere.
Yeah, true.
And there were 15 different roads to go, right?
There'll be evidence.
Well, the kid is the evidence.
Yeah. Yeah.
You standing, breathing, acting the way you are the evidence of your parents' shortcomings. Same with mine, same with Kimmy. So I don't know. Like, I am scared of the day of reckoning because it will be coming. And as hard as every parent works, you're going to make a mistake.
Yeah, but you're probably making. I think parenting today is way better than what it was.
As you just laughed at the idea of going to a parenting seminar.
No, but I'd be like, okay.
I think there are so many different styles of parenting
but
right
like,
now.
dads are way more involved in their kids today than my generation or the generation before. Dads were ghosts. They were just there to provide.
And there was
and then
that hit
was
movie
over.
from Cosby, Ghost Dad.
Yeah. Very good movie.
Again, do not take any of his advice. Do not do that.
Well, you know.
No,
But you know what I'm saying? You're more involved with your kids.
I appreciate
That has to pay dividends. It just does.
I appreciate that. We'll see.
You're gonna make better mistakes.
We'll see, man.
Better organic mistakes.
Oh, they're organic mistakes. So you were watching the mommy influencers.
Yeah.
I don't know, man.
What?
Look, I hope you're right.
find
I
out.
appreciate the vote of confidence, but that's just it. Like, you know, my girls are 12 and 14 right now.
Yeah.
You're in
And-
a tough zone.
Well, with one of them. And look, I love them more than anything in the whole world, obviously. But part of me wants to keep them at this age forever because I'm having the realization that I'm only a couple of years from my kids being gone.
Right.
And the other part of me wants to see what happens. One, because I'm excited for what my girls are capable of. And two, to make sure that I'm not doing something terribly wrong.
Well, you already are 'cause you're on the radio.
Okay, fine. Yes. But I'm in
You
this.
lose.
It's this weird in between, and I don't know if I'm the only parent that feels this way, that I want to make sure everything's okay, but I don't want what's happening now to ever go away. And I don't know how to feel about it.
Yeah, you're at a crossroads.
Yeah, exactly. Just hold on to them for dear life. Because here's the other thing, too. Like, my youngest, if I let her live in the house till she was 60, she absolutely would.
Yeah,
She'd
that
be
would be wrong.
crocheting, and we'd have like 9 cats, and I'm allergic. That's a problem. Let's take a break.
All right.
You got to get an escape every once in a
Oh
while.
yeah, what do you do?
Well, how about an escape for a good cause?
Oh, I like that.
Last night, out of nowhere, there was a massive celebrity sports event out in Los Angeles.
Damn.
Like, God, it was like 80 people. Celebrities and athletes got together to perform on national television. And it was very entertaining.
Oh, okay.
But I don't know how many people checked it out. Because there was a time
There was a time.
where any famous person putting themselves in this situation was a must watch.
Oh yeah, it was like must see TV Friday nights.
But Kimmy, the last couple of years, I don't know if we care anymore.
Sometimes, like, I'll catch something like this on TV. I'm like, oh, that's going on right now? It used to be a much bigger deal.
And then you change it.
Yeah.
We'll get into it next here in the break room. Let's see that. It wasn't this long ago that this might have like stopped the world for a couple hours.
Oh, really?
Because it was a huge event. And It
Yeah.
just came completely out of nowhere.
Wow.
But it does feel like the last couple of years we have lost our love for celebrities trying to do athletic stuff. You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF on Saturday night, out of the blue, there was an announcement made by the NHL and the LA Kings out there in California.
Okay.
They were partnering together to put on what they called Skate for LA Strong, a celebration to support the fire recovery efforts in Los Angeles. You know, the
fire.
wildfires.
Yeah,
You got it.
Terrible thing.
They put together a massive celebrity hockey game that they played at the Staples Center where the Kings play. And they scheduled the game for the next day.
Oh.
So stars like Justin Bieber, Steve Carell, Dylan McDermott, former Rochester Red Wing and Baseball Hall of Famer Joe Mauer got out there and played hockey.
Mauer.
He was a hockey player back in the day. Former Buffalo Bills backup quarterback and Heisman Trophy winner Matt Leinart got out there and skated.
All right.
You also had celebrities that were coaches. You had NHL stars like Mark Messier, Jeremy Roenick. You had Theo Fleury out there.
Legit.
Yes. Danny DeVito, Snoop Dogg, Will Ferrell, Al Michaels. They were coaches.
Oh, okay.
What?
Now putting Danny DeVito on the ice.
Well, I would watch that.
Why?
You wouldn't watch that?
Wouldn't take long. You'd have your celebrity death.
And they broadcasted it everywhere. It was on ESPN, Disney Plus, Hulu, True TV, Sportsnet, FanDuel Sports Network. I can keep going, but you get the point.
Yeah, raise money. Yeah.
You got it. So, first of all, why did they announce it on Saturday and do it on Sunday?
Yeah, that sounded dumb.
That's weird. But second, I saw this and I was like, oh, this is pretty cool. And you know I love hockey. And I didn't watch a second of it. Jeremy Roenick and Justin Bieber got in like a fight.
Oh.
Okay.
Some major celebrity actor who I don't know because I'm an old man now scored like a beautiful goal.
Oh, wow.
Like the place looked like they sold a bunch of tickets, right? And 10, 15 years ago, if you found out the biggest stars on the planet were getting together to do something like this, we all would have tuned in.
Oh, yeah.
Do we not like watching celebrities do sports anymore?
Well, because you can watch celebrities doing things all the time online.
Oh, good point.
So what's the hook?
Well,
I mean, there's no.
You're seeing. I guess it would be. It's unusual that you're seeing all of them interact with each other in this way.
Not being celebrities.
Yeah.
And they were playing a real hockey game.
Yeah.
But I'm saying, like, in my day, you didn't see celebrities not being celebrities very often.
Right.
Okay.
So they did that Battle of the Network Stars where you saw them out of their element.
So could you explain to Kimmy what that was?
So it was like a whole bunch of athletic contests that they would have these people do, and they were all the stars of, like, TV.
Yeah.
So that they were, like, major people, but they were completely out of element, and it was funny as crap. Because, you know, some were good, some sucked, some shouldn't have been there at all, but it was great to watch. But that's the only time you would see a celebrity like that. Where now I could see a celebrity not on screen doing things.
Yeah, good point.
But it's weird, though, because there is the popularity of some shows like Dancing with the Stars.
Also a good point.
Where, I mean, that's one of the most popular
And
shows
you
on
have
TV,
that. Okay, right.
and you're watching a celebrity do something that they don't normally do and
Right.
compete athletically. I mean, I guess it's a little different, but same concept.
Well, no, I mean, I guess the concept here is a little bit different because I'm assuming every star has a background playing hockey growing up, whereas the hook of Dancing with the Stars
no, but
is.
if you ever watch like those NBA All-Star games, some of those guys looked like they never dribbled a ball in their life.
But that's the other thing. I used to love watching the NBA Celebrity All-Star Game.
Yeah.
I haven't watched that thing in like 5-6 years. A part of it is me getting old and not knowing who these celebrities
But
are.
you're not expecting them to be good.
Well, some of them surprise you, though. That's why
I
I'd always
guess.
watch, right?
But
Like,
you don't want them to be good.
Yeah, I
Like,
don't
you
want
want
them
to
to
see
be
the
good.
funny.
I want the guys I like to be good.
Oh, okay.
No, you didn't cheer for anybody?
No, because like the hook, like I said, of watching these things was like seeing these people get dragged through the mud or falling down
Yeah.
or, you know.
Okay.
I'm not here for their athletic ability.
Kimmy, who's Noah Lalonde?
Noah
Noah?
Lalonde?
Like
Noah
Noah?
Lalonde, N-O-A-H, like the guy who built the boat, because he was the big-time actor who scored a beautiful breakaway goal last night. 5-hole, fake shot. It was nice.
I have no idea who that is.
So he's probably in some kids show. Your
it's
daughters may know.
It said like actor. Well, that was the other thing too.
Oh,
Like,
yeah, he's in a bunch of. I don't know any of these.
wow, you're old too. You're our connection
Well,
to the
but-
youth, Kimmy.
But some of this is older stuff. So how old is he?
He looked like a kid. Maybe I got the wrong guy.
I don't know. I don't know what this is.
All right, good talk. 252 WCMF. We're talking about this.
Why don't people watch this? I don't know.
He was in My Life with the Walter Boys.
I have no idea what
I've
that is.
never heard of
None
that.
of that.
Okay. 252 WCMF. We're talking about this massive celebrity hockey game that happened last night. Justin Bieber, Steve Carell, Mark Messier, Jeremy Roenick, Snoop Dogg, Danny DeVito, Will Ferrell, Al Michaels, all at the Staples Center, either playing or coaching. They rostered 4 full hockey teams, full of celebrities and former NHL stars, and it was everywhere last night. They announced it the day before, and it doesn't seem like it did all that well. There were a couple clips that circulated around social media, but this would have been like a world-stopping event a couple of years ago.
So did it air Saturday night or play?
No, it aired yesterday at 6 o'clock last night.
Oh, okay.
They announced it on Saturday. They aired it 6 o'clock last night. You know, it's funny, too. Every league did this or does this, except for the NFL, because NBA has their celebrity game.
Yep.
At the All-Star game, I don't know if Major League Baseball still does this, but they would have a celebrity softball game.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
I've never seen an NFL celebrity flag football game.
Flag. Oh, I guess you do.
Because even the NFL players
But the
play flag now.
NFL does their own, they do the Pro Bowl, which is essentially them goofing around, doing all the backyard games, right? Like dodgeball.
And they're such huge
and stuff.
celebrities, you don't really need the draw.
Yeah.
Ooh, that's a good call.
Yeah.
That's a really
they're
good
all
call.
household names.
Yeah.
They almost have their own thing,
I want to like this. I want to watch this. I just don't want to
They
watch it
should bring
anymore.
back the Network Stars one because you would love it.
You don't know any.
No, but you would have to get actual.
Name one network star.
Now?
Like a television network star. Go ahead.
Ray Romano.
Okay, no, he hasn't been on TV in 25 years.
Would they cancel Everybody Loves Raymond?
Nobody loves him anymore. Tommy.
Yeah, I guess there's. Yeah.
I mean, that's the problem. The Battle of the Network Stars, there were 3 channels. Everybody watched everything all night
it was
long.
major.
Yeah, unless it's like a falling star who then gets a sitcom because no one else will take them. You don't know these people.
Okay.
I think with these events, too, it also has to be live. I don't want to watch a pre-recorded event.
Well, that was Battle of the Network Stars.
Yeah, it was all pre-recorded.
Yeah, I think
you had to because those girls were not wearing much.
And in case Ed Adner's nut popped out during the tug of war.
Yeah, that was actually acceptable back then.
It still looked just like his head.
Yes. Lil Ed.
Part of watching it live is you kind of feel like you're in on it. You're seeing everything as it's happening. There's a little bit more excitement to it, not knowing what's coming.
Okay. I think that hockey is also unique because there are guys, these former NHLers, that still don't like each other.
Okay.
That had to face off and play nice in a charity hockey game that everyone was watching. Because here's the thing.
Yeah.
I have been fortunate enough with the job that we have, playing hockey,
Yeah.
that I've gotten to play in some of these celebrity, quote, celebrity games because they didn't have enough people to roster, so they called me.
Yeah.
And there's tension sometimes between old school guys.
I was surprised because I saw this video. It's in Canada. So there were 2 old Canadian football players, but they were famous back in the day in Canadian football. And they're on a stage together, and they brought the other guy out, and he was trying to make peace. He brought out a flower or something.
Yep.
And they ended up old man brawl in suits on stage.
If you have not, Google Canadian Football League set fight. It's the greatest video you've ever seen.
It's hysterical.
It's awesome.
Because I go, man, they're really going at it, man.
And then when you're done with that, Google Ed Asner's testicle pops out, Battle of the Network Stars.
You're going to see some stuff.
And it's just a picture of Ed Asner's head. So here's the thing. Maybe I'll go back and watch it tonight.
Yeah.
I don't know. Go see P.K. Subban take on Sean O'Donnell, who was Robin in the second Batman movie.
So the celebrities are a little weak.
Well, you have to play hockey.
Sean O'Donnell.
Yeah.
You had to explain who he was.
Justin Bieber's a big star.
Yeah,
Okay.
but that's and he's Canadian.
Yeah, Steve Carell, massive star.
Big
Okay.
time.
Yeah,
But
he's
it
American.
starts to nosedive after.
Well, yeah. Okay, you know what where they really dropped the ball?
What?
No Keanu Reeves.
Is he a good hockey
He
player?
played hockey as a kid, and he was the goalie in Youngblood, the greatest hockey movie of all time.
Where's the kid from 90210 that used to
He
play
died,
hockey?
man.
Wait. No, that kid did not die.
Oh, Dylan McDermott?
Yeah, he's not
Yeah, he's
dead.
on this roster.
The old man died, but not the kid.
You know what? They should take all the guys that were in all those well-known hockey movies.
Oh, you mean Mighty Ducks
Yes.
and Miracle?
Yes.
And all
Oh, yeah.
I would watch a Mighty Ducks cast versus throwing in
You can only,
the Miracle cast, they were actually
yeah,
hockey
and some of
players.
them were those guys' kids.
But any other hockey movie, you know what I mean?
I got to imagine that the cast of the Mighty Ducks stopped playing hockey when they were 14.
By the
'Cause
way,
they were-
those guys are in their 50s.
Yeah.
no, they'd be our age, a little bit
cast?
older. Yeah,
Probably a little older.
Man, that
Or in
movie was
their
out for a
40s,
long
probably.
time.
What?
But the original Mighty Ducks movie?
Yeah. It
was
came out
like
when we
That
were
movie's
kids.
got to be over 30 years old, man.
I understand. I am also over 30 years old. They'd probably be in their early to mid 40s.
Oh.
If I had to guess.
Yeah.
I had the guys like 50 years old.
Keenan Thompson
Keenan
from
was
SNL
on
was
it.
one of them.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think that guy
Wait.
skates anymore. He was in the third Mighty Ducks or second Mighty Ducks.
Oh.
He was. It was such a. It was like what they thought acceptance was in the early '90s, right? They were. Oh, real quick.
All right.
I'm going to now detail the plot of the second Mighty Ducks movie.
All right.
All right. So they're such a good hockey team in the first day. They went from the worst team in a league.
Yeah, it's
in
kind of the
Minnesota.
bad news bears,
Yeah.
right?
Then all of a sudden
The
they're
team
so
to beat.
they're so good. The team now represents the USA in like a Goodwill Games.
Oh, okay.
So they go out to L.A. and you know what the story is, Tommy? Celebrity gets a hold of them, and it's not the team they used to be.
Yeah.
So they got to get back to their roots. So they're walking around South Central Los Angeles in '92, '93, and we all remember what happened back then.
Yeah, a little rough down there.
So they see a bunch of black kids playing roller hockey, right? And they want to get out there and go. We'll take these guys, man. And those kids in the city, they take them. They take them.
Oh.
And all of a sudden, they start showing them these new things, like it's good knuckle puck. It like, moves up and down. So then they recruit Keenan, who's like a fat kid they just met,
Yeah.
to become a member of the greatest youth hockey
So he
roster.
skates with them.
Yeah, and he ends up playing.
Come on over.
Yeah, come on out and join our
What
team.
a great story.
Yes, because
Based on a true story.
But
Really good at rollerblading.
But it's like
Yes.
everyone on one team is white, everyone on one team is black. We'll take this one black kid.
Yeah.
Unity.
Yes.
The rest of you guys, you stay
See you
here.
guys.
Go back to where you live. We're taking this guy. Watch him on TV. We come back, wrap it up, tell you what we're doing about next. On CMF. that's going to be a wrap-a-roo.
Radio Monday Rapperoo.
For a Monday Break Room CMF, that makes tomorrow a Tuesday. You know what that means.
Oh, it's time for that new hot segment.
What's that?
What's Kimmy doing in your hood?
Where they whining. Kimmy's got her post from the neighborhood app ready to roll. She's going to read it. We did not have a winner last week.
No, we didn't have a winner last week.
Which means
no winner.
We do not have to adjust any of the calls we're taking.
All right.
Or how us will go. I mean, I would have to go to the end if I won. No one's worried about you winning ever again.
So you just jinxed yourself.
Okay, I've said this every week for the past 2 months. And
I'm going to win now.
You sit with a big old goose egg.
Super win.
So we'll get to that.
Win.
Super win. Not just a win.
No, it's going to be a super win.
Super win. So we'll get to that and a whole bunch more tomorrow, just after 9 here in the break room on CMF. For Kimmy, who wants to watch now grown-ass old Mighty Ducks players play hockey.
Yeah, I think I'd sign up for that.
For Tommy Muley, who made me think that Jason Priestley had played hockey, but it turns out it was Dylan McDermott.
You thought he had passed away?
Jason Priestley did die.
So which one is still alive?
Dylan McDermott, never mind.
The main character kid's still alive.
No, that was Jason Priestley.
He's alive.
No, he's dead.
No, the old-looking kid died.
Jason Priestley was the main character in 90210. Why are we doing this? It's 2025.
What did he die of?
He got hit in a hockey game.
No kidding.
Oh, I think he had cancer.
Man.
Why are we doing this?
Wait, he got cancer at the hockey game? What are they putting in those pucks?
Why would we leave on this, you idiot?
You brought it up.
No, you brought it up.
No, you brought it up with Kimmy.
Jason Priestley's still
He is alive.
Which one died?
Which
one died?
The kid that looked like he was too old to be in the show. He had the curly hair. He died. Jason Priestley was the main star with Sharon Doherty. Sharon Doherty.
She died. There was a dude from 90210 that died.
Yes, he was the older-looking kid who looked like he didn't belong in the cast.
I thought it was
You're
Jason.
talking about Luke Perry?
Yes, that's what I'm talking about.
Yeah,
but
Luke Perry.
both of us were wrong.
No,
you
Jason Priestley is alive.
I understand.
And he's Canadian and he plays hockey.
But you thought.
I was not wrong.
No, because here's why. Dylan McDermott's the Canadian who plays hockey. It was never Jason Priestley. So you got that guy wrong. I got the other guy wrong. So we both did this stupid break that goes nowhere. And somebody died of cancer. And now we're all talking about it. Now we got to go.
It was a good show.
My name's Pat Duffy. We'll see you tomorrow morning in the break room, 6 a.m. on 96.5 WCMF.